know there's a history here. I'd like to get this hearing in today. You know, everybody needs to just focus on the relevant facts, okay? I know there's a history here.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to the Transparency. Good morning. I am so excited to bring you nothing but the.
You talking up by Sunset Mart? Up the hill by the gas station?
All day today.
Yeah. Okay. Why did you?
You're listening in bed? Well, hello.
Who's responsible here? Who's responsible here? Whose house is this? Yeah, haven't been drinking or anything, right?
No.
Okay, drive careful, okay?
Thank you.
Woohoo! Come on in, guys. Let's get rowdy. Congratulations on the win.
The runaway.
I don't even know how to.
Awesome.
Yeah, those ones kept walking in the car.
8-year-olds going undefeated.
Truly for the win.
Come on in, get in here. Good morning, Lana.
That I was given to. So there was 2 different discs.
You cheating bastards.
Okay? They all knew about it.
Comes now Daniel Moore and Jane Doe. Defendants for the above caption case.
But this is the second noise complaint we've had here tonight within 2 hours. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Is this your place?
Yeah.
Perfect. You know why we're here?
I see noise.
Noise, yeah.
Yeah.
Big speaker right there.
Yeah.
Nothing against having a party. Once neighbors start calling in, then we have an issue.
I assume noise. I'd have been like, I assume you're here for my sexy ass. Can you imagine if Kaylee would have come to the door and been like, yeah, I assume you're here for my sexy ass. Well, how can I help you? What the hell are you doing on my property?
Like brains, and like if you need a lot of brains, you're gonna be in trouble.
My pot roast, turned out perfectly fabulous. So we won yesterday 30-29. Congratulations to all those 8-year-olds that went undefeated with Coach Oriani's supervision. Trophy day was perfect. Champs. Comes now Daniel Moore and Jane Doe, defendants for the above captioned case, and hereby respectfully move this honorable court for permission for defendants to be heard on the record at the remote hearing to withdraw on December 18th, 2024. After the courts granted defendants' prior attorney Joe Bolton's withdrawal on April 30th, 2024, defendants were then on a 21-day clock to retain legal counsel as to not default against the above captioned case or be forced to represent themselves pro se. In a desperate attempt to meet the deadline to retain legal counsel, defendants were forced to meet with and talk to local attorneys in the northern Idaho area. Late attorney Jeff Boiler, who made a limited appearance on the above captioned case in May of 2024, referred defendants to attorney Dana Bose. Defendants met with attorney Dana Bose, Jeff Boiler, and Matt Dugan on or about Sunday, May 19th. At this meeting, defendants were met at their home by attorney Bose and Boiler. Attorney Dugan was present via Zoom. Defendants were assured via written communication with attorney Boiler prior to Sunday's meeting that attorney Bose was informed about defendants' case and how defendants wanted to proceed strategy with their case that included trustworthy researchers, investigators, as well as expert witnesses that were either retained or pro bono with completed reports / work product. Attorney Bose informed defendants at the initial meeting that she was inexperienced with civil litigation, but thought that this would be a good opportunity to gain that experience within that area of law, and so she would take the case if she could sit second chair to attorney Dugan. who she recommended because of her professional working relationship. Defendant signed an unconscionable contract between attorney Dana Bowes and attorney Matt Dugan on or about May 20th, 2024. Please see Exhibit A, attorney-client contract. Oh, boom, sit down, Bia. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Round the clock over here. Round the clock. I just set this up, so let's talk about Bryan Kohberger because we got so many documents. We got very important rulings coming after the holidays. How many people are still shopping for the holidays? I didn't use legal AI. It's all my brains. I would never use legal AI. It's all my brains whipping this shit up like fucking Thanksgiving dinner. Good morning. Put me in, coach. Everybody done with their shopping? Not even close. Good. How about wrapping? Still shopping for bed liners for my guest. Well, that sucks. What the fuck? Why the fuck does Bill think there is more than one arrest warrant in this case? That's what we're gonna kick it off with, guys. So let me go over here to Hector, the projector, and bring up Bryan Kohberger's state's objection to Pennsylvania search warrant for White. Nope. Moscow police. Nope. Defendant's apartment. Nope. Pennsylvania search warrant for Mr. Kohberger's person. Miss Potts, which warrant is that on? Is that under the 14 pages? I have it as his person. Per Christmas is going to suck, but I truly do hope everyone has a wonderful day. What the fuck, Miss Potts? Cheer up, bitch. That ought to get you going this morning. It's the state's objection to suppressing the arrest warrant. Yeah. Hold on one second. This is what happens when you're doing 50 things. Defendant's state's objection to arrest warrant. I'm just going to share it on here. Hector, you're failing me, and I'm not happy about it. We are on a temporary break. Okay. Here we go. I'll make it big for you guys, too. There we go. I love when I see William W. Thompson pop up in my inbox. Speaking of which, they had no comment when I reached out again and asked if they were doing a Toys for Tots fun a community drive this year, and if Bill was dressing up as Santa. So they really weren't. I asked if they had a comment for that, if Bill would be dressing up as Santa anywhere for the kids giveaway with Toys for Tots for the holidays, because my kids wanted to come get a picture taken with Santa. They did not return my phone call, so they had no comment for that, I guess. All right, we're going to make this as big as possible. I'll be live all day today. I'm just going to be live 24/7 today. I am on a Bryan Kohberger marathon because I want to know where Luigi Mangione was on November 13th, 2022. Good morning. God, now I can begin. Whew. I stalled as long as I could. 9 minutes and 33 seconds. All right, here it is. Arrest warrant. comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney and respectfully submits the following objection to the defendant's motion to suppress and memorandum in support arrest warrant. There you go. There you go. As an initial observation, the defendant's instant motion is an initial observation. You guys, I don't even know what to say about those first words. Well, we didn't ask you to initially observe anything. We asked you to read the documents and respond. So it just seems like at a glance, as an initial observation, the defendant's instant motion is unclear as to what arrest warrant he is referring to. Pennsylvania search warrant for Mr. Kohberger's person. No, it says right here, arrest warrant. What do you mean? So, they make me do this crazy shit. So I go back and I'm like, all right, let's pull up the state's or the defense's filing, which is the arrest warrant. Okay. And when you print that puppy off and you say, how could William Thompson and his whole plethora of attorney generals helping out feel that this initial is very confusing? So let's take a look. Welcome in, everyone. Grab a coffee and snuggle up. Wait until you read the footnotes. Well, I read them, but I mean, I just don't understand. Like, if you don't think that this is game playing, I don't know. I mean, this is embarrassing. This is absolutely damn embarrassing. I reached out to Mark Betterow and said, Mark Betterow, I will motorboat you. Okay. So now it says, Bryan C. Kohberger, this is by and through his attorneys of record and hereby submits the following memorandum in support of his contemporaneously filed motion for an order suppressing all evidence gathered by law enforcement as a result of his arrest. So I guess what Bill doesn't understand is they're like, why is this considered a contemporaneously filed motion? Because I personally believe that the Franks and the IGG, the way that the Franks was filed, it's like that's what they're considering the motion that they filed. And then all of these are subparticles. Okay. That's what I believe he means by his language when whoever wrote this says in support of his contemporaneously filed motion for an order suppressing all evidence gathered by law enforcement as a result of his arrest. But this is what totally takes Bill Thompson by just a complete tornado storm. He's like, wait, what is this? Wait, what is this? Why is he wording it like this? I am unaware of any other. So he says right here, as an initial observation, the defendant's instant motion is unclear as to what quote unquote arrest warrant he is referring to. The defendant's arguments in his instant motion, okay, appear, well, let's go like this, appear substantially identical to the arguments the defendant propounds in his motion to suppress Pennsylvania search warrant for 119 Lambden Drive for Mr. Kohberger's person and for white Honda Elantra bearing VIN. Those motions all address search warrants issued. Yeah, exactly. Address search warrants issued, but it's not the person. Like, oh my God, bless America. Why didn't it do that? Search warrants. Search warrants. This is an arrest warrant. Okay. Arrest warrant. Those motions all address search warrants issued, and serve in the state of Pennsylvania. The state is unaware of any Pennsylvania arrest warrant that would be subject to the same analysis. Do you guys, they're purposely twisting words, okay? Because now if you go back to, oopsies. Now if you go back to the Bill Thompson's, or I'm sorry, Bryan's shit. We're going to bring in Hector on this, because I can go back and forth easily like this then. Okay, these are the issues that they're saying with the arrest warrant. And the issues is this court should apply Idaho's exclusionary rule and law to the search. The affidavit submitted in support of the application for issued search warrant recklessly or intentionally omitted material facts. Now, I think what they're trying to say then is, because this is Bryan Kohberger's, okay? They're saying these aren't like, why are you calling them search warrants in this reasoning? So, the affidavit submitted in support of the application for the issued search warrant. See? That shouldn't be on here. I wouldn't think, but this is how unbiased I am, though. So, and then Mr. Kohberger has filed a motion for a Franks hearing, and without repeating, incorporates that challenge to this search warrant. You see? And this is okay. But in the so they're playing with words here. The affidavit submitted in support of the application for the issued search warrant included information that must be excised. All information in the affidavit was gathered because of law enforcement's unconstitutional use of investigative genetic genealogy, and thus nothing in the warrant should remain. So, like, they know, like, I don't know, like, if somebody did a copy cut paste right there, but they clearly know what they're talking about when they're saying this. Okay. And then information about the client's location taken from his phone must also be excised due to being gathered from an invalid warrant. So they just say invalid warrant there. So hopefully this is helping clear this up. All right, now, so this is now going back to Bill Thompson and what he's saying. When you go back to Bill Thompson, and Bill Thompson is saying, get your ass over here, Bill. Thank you. So he wants to mess with that. So the first that they're doing is they're taking, okay, hey, we can mess with them because they're talking about a search warrant in this. Okay. And so we're going to say, as an initial observation, the defendant's instant motion is unclear as to what arrest warrant he is referring to. And the reason being is because they're calling it like a search warrant in times. So the defendant's arguments in his instant motion appear, it's identical to the arguments the defendant propounds in the motions, blah, blah, blah. Those motions all address search warrants issued and served in the state of Pennsylvania. The state is unaware of any Pennsylvania arrest warrant that would be subject to the same analysis. Adding to this confusion is the fact that the titles, captions defendant uses in the text of his instant motion all appear to refer, thank you, I didn't even have to see, as opposed to arrest warrant. See? God, Lana, why are you on YouTube? Well, because every other lawyer is on YouTube, so I just want to be a fake lawyer. But I knew exactly what that meant when I was reading it. Like, okay, they're going to get nitpicky over the fact that they did a copy, cut, and paste, and this said search warrant on the first two. So hopefully this is helping people understand if you go back again to then stop sharing screen, share then my screen here, and it says search warrant. Search warrant. Because I believe that this was copy, cut, and paste, and maybe they were just saying like, but anyways, it should start right here. I'm sorry. It should say what it says, but it should just say issued warrant, not search warrant. Okay. Now, this is what Bill was being picky about. Yeah. Defense is getting sloppy because Frederickson is screwing over Ann and Jay by making them take on the workload of 12 defense lawyers. We'll see. I'll tell you what I think about it. Let's see. Share screen. Going back to Bill Thompson's lovely work. Okay. It says see section 2. Okay. Page 4 and section 3, page 6. The only mention of an arrest warrant is in the defendant's conclusion on page 7. Okay, now, first of all, that's not true. You can go back and be nitpicky about that because that is not true at all. See section 2, page 4. No, see section. It's not. Why do they think this is page 2? That's not true at all. It says warrant in section on page 2 via section 3A and 3B. Okay. It says so hold on now. Defendant's filing refers to a contemporaneously filed motion for an order suppressing all evidence gathered by law enforcement as a result of Mr. Kohberger's arrest. I think that yes, it's because it's about the fact that they're looking at in my opinion, the Franks is like the motion that they filed. Okay. And then they did all of these REs, like sub motions to suppress after filing the Franks and with the IGG that they had to have as being, sealed. So that's how Jay is wording it. Okay. And so Bill Thompson and team want to say, well, let's just fuck with the language. And I want to know who wrote this. Let me see who wrote the Ann C. Taylor wrote the one for the arrest warrant. So Ann Taylor is who authored the arrest warrant. However, the state is unaware of a separate contemporaneously filing, so the state's response is only to the contents of defendant's singular motion to suppress a memorandum in support. And again, I'm telling you, they're being jackasses. All right? But this is who they are. All right? This is who they are. So this is not going to change. Okay? To the extent the defendant is referring to his arrest in Pennsylvania and to avoid unnecessary repetition, the state incorporates herein the state's objection to defendant's motion to suppress a memorandum and support RE Pennsylvania's search warrant for 119 Lambson, Pennsylvania, and statements made, which itself further incorporates the state's responses to defendant's Frank's motion and motion to suppress. All right. And so here it's like, so the defendant is trying to avoid repetition, right? And then someone's going to argue and say, well, you decided to do it this way. You decided to make these REs. Okay, this is you guys, like the defense decided this is how they're going to file this, all right? Versus just having one whole big document, right? And I'm gonna be honest with you. I believe that the reason that they did it like this is so that some of this would be public. All right. If they just put everything in that Frank's, okay, and then they had, just the IGG in there as well, and that would all been sealed. So I personally believe that the reason they did these individual like REs, all right, is because if they didn't do it this way, all of it would have been sealed. Does everybody understand that? It's the only thing that makes sense, which I don't fault them for, okay? They can do whatever they want. But to me, also it could have possibly been to separate the workload. But if everything is just in that Frank's, then it's like, why were these even needed type of thing? So this allows us to see where the cracks are. It allows the public to see some stuff. All right. Yeah, but the defense wants everything sealed as well. No, they don't. They want it all not to be sealed. When you stipulate to something, guys, that doesn't mean that that's what you want. Okay. That's what you're willing to do it's like a compromise. Okay. It could also be that both parties would agree to it. Like, hey, but if there was an order that's, we're not going to be putting anything out to do with the IGG, it's like, yeah, we stipulated to this being sealed. But no, I would not say the defense wants this sealed at all. I think they want it all to be public, all of it. I personally think that it all should be public except for, and it should have been redacted to take out anything that has to do with IGG. Or if that one to be a separate RE. So, yep, that's still in place. Exactly, Heather. And the defense has made that, has said that repeatedly. So, moving on to this lovely work. Regarding the defendant's represented facts, so the facts are according to then this arrest warrant, motion to suppress, and memorandum in support of the arrest warrant. They're going to say that regarding the defendant's representations of the facts, the state respectfully refers the court to defendant's exhibit A and B filed in support of his motion to RE 119 Lamson Drive. As opposed to relying on the defendant's subjective summary and interpretation that begins at page 2 of the instant motion. So they're calling these REs, these instant motions. Okay. The state further incorporates its exhibits S1 through S6 to its objection to defendant's motion to suppress. So we're not even going to talk about this. I'm just going to refer you to go look over here at what we've wrote here to get how we feel about this, because we are in basically, we're disputing the represented facts, number one. And we want you to go look over here instead of looking at these summarized facts, which is due to the haphazardous way in which law enforcement, including the prosecutor's office, has kept and disclosed records in this matter, the following is a rough statement of facts as best the defense can tell. Now check this out. If you want to play chess, you want to do things so that you can, like, you want somebody to make a move after you make a move, right? If you're playing chess and if you're playing the right way, I want you to make a move And in order for me to get you to make the move that I want you to make, I'm going to have to word some things some certain ways. So here, going back to stop screen. Lana, can you please start the target? Oh, look at you. Oh, let's see. So let me go back to, which is Ann Taylor wrote this. And Ann Taylor is like, okay, watch. I want y'all to cough me up some info, right? So if I state it like this, here, this is based on your guys' shit show. This is what we have. It says the following is a rough statement of facts as best the defense can tell based on your shit show. That's on December 28th. So she's saying these things, okay? And then what does so now what does Bill Thompson and company do then? Well, Ann Taylor wanted more information, clearly. And so here she goes. And Bill Thompson says, regarding the defendant's represented facts, all right, well, the state further incorporates exhibit S1 through S6. There you go. Like, here you go. We're going to, and I'm guessing, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages. But I'm sorry, that's usually if you do S-1 through S-6, that's going to be exhibit S, and it's page 1 through page 6. That's how I've ever seen it. If you're going to do like a multiple like staple like that. And so they got like, they're clearly giving them this their little representation of the facts. Next, they just talk about this applicable law, valid search warrants. Beginning at page 4 of his instant motion, so going back to their motion, beginning of page 4 of his instant motion, the defendant asserts that the affidavit submitted in support of the application for issued search warrant recklessly or intentionally omitted material facts. Okay. Again, I told you, this section of the defendant's motion merely refers to the defendant's separate Frank's motion argument. By way of preliminary response, the state notes that Idaho law clearly states that if a search is conducted pursuant to a warrant, the burden of proof is on the defendant to show that the search was invalid. And they're citing State versus Wilson, citing State versus Kelly. Idaho recognizes the United States Supreme Court's analysis and holding that, quote unquote, great deference is paid to the magistrate's determination for probable cause. Your counter to that is that it doesn't fucking matter if the magistrate was lied to. Okay. Absolutely does the magistrate have discretion, and it's like the magistrate determines, if there's probable cause, but the magistrate determined probable cause off of whatever the hell you gave her. So, citing to Illinois Gates, Spinelli versus United States, and States versus Josephson, as demonstrated by the Pennsylvania search warrants. See, now they're saying they're search warrants. As demonstrated by the Pennsylvania search warrants, okay, not arrest warrant, but search warrants. Beginning at page 5 of Exhibit A to defendant's motion to suppress RE search warrant for 119 Lamson Drive, and Exhibit S4 to the state's objection to defense motion to suppress. So then here he's letting Hippler know exactly where to go, okay? The search is questioned. I'm going to tell you, if you would have such an upper hand if you're used to dealing with Hippler in the courtroom. Okay? Because when I read through these, it was like, okay, look at parentheses. Like, you usually, you don't see this. Here we go. Beginning at page 5 of Exhibit A to defendant's motion to suppress search warrants, and Exhibit S4 to the state's objection, the searches questioned by the defendant include the search resulting in his arrest. Were done. So they were done pursuant to specific Pennsylvania issued search warrants based on substantial probable cause. Right here is where I realized that right here is where they're screwed. Okay. Based on substantial probable cause. Again, probable cause comes from whatever the affidavit is that you submitted with that material. So this is so ridiculously vague. It's disgusting. Okay, so there's your problem right there. As to the balance of defendants' submissions, the state respectfully refers the courts to and incorporates herein the state's separate responses to the defendant's franks. And the state's separate responses to the defense motion to suppress are, there you go. So how best to go in order with these is to then go to this pen, trap, and trace, and to go there next, and then the AT&T account. But based on the above, the state respectfully requests that the court deny the defendant's motion to suppress arrest warrant. I think this is interesting to me because they spend, let's see, all the, like, they don't want the courts to be technical with their shit. Okay. It shouldn't be about, don't be so hyper focused on basically like a misword here or something like that. But, and it's about looking at the bigger picture, basically. Well, I think that's just funny because you take this motion, for example, and who's hyper focused on the word that it says search warrant, not arrest warrant. So, you know, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Adding to this confusion, okay? No, nobody's confused. They're not confused, you guys. It was a typo because it just shouldn't have said search warrant. It should have said arrest warrant. Okay? So now, the state has constantly been petty in their motions instead of focusing on the real issues 100%. So that's why I think it's interesting when they want to say, you know, and I'll show you the motion that they say that in. Don't be so hyper-focused on hyper-focused. So let's go to pen, trap, trace. Pen, trap, trace. So if you take this one down, good morning, everybody. Good morning. And you go to I'm going to pull up Ann Taylor's pen, trap, trace, okay? Or whoever wrote it, you know. Okay. So when you go to then the state's objection, comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorneys and respectfully responds to defendant's motion to suppress a memorandum in support of the pen, trap, and trace device filed on November 13th. Now, again, they immediately go to this footer here. Defendant's filing refers to a contemporaneously filed motion for an order suppressing all evidence gathered by law enforcement from its search of his AT&T account, tracing his phone usage. However, the state is not aware of a separate contemporaneously filing. So the state's response is only to the contents of the defendant's singular motion to suppress a memorandum in support. Okay. And just what a bunch of jackasses. All right. So the facts that the state wants Judge Hippler to know is that regarding defendants' represented facts, so this is the represented facts in this one. Those are the issues, but here are the facts. So they had no problem with, by the way, they didn't have no problem with what was stated here because they just went straight down to the first that they're talking about is facts. So regarding the defendant's represented facts, which is this part on December 23rd, the state respectfully refers the court to State's Exhibit S1 and S2 filed in support as opposed to relying on the defendant's subjective summary and interpretation that begins at page 2 of his brief. The state's exhibits are attached as followed. And those exhibits are the affidavit for search warrant for AT&T with appended exhibits, see State's Exhibits S1, and the AT&T search warrant, State's Exhibit S2. That is what they are asking. Okay. So this is what I think is absolutely fucking hilarious. Is that it's like, no, we want you to go back. Karen, what is good, baby? So what I think is hilarious here, is that you want Hippler to go and look at the same documents that Ann Taylor and company are saying are complete bogus, right? So I want to know, why aren't we looking like we're here because of those documents. Karen is straight fire. Who turned green? Let Karen know. So Karen, you're the best. So just understand that it's like, here, no, Judge Hippler, we don't want you to read this on December 23rd, 2023. Payne requested a warrant to search the contents of Mr. Kohberger's AT&T account for information regarding his phone's whereabouts, okay? So this is their argument. The argument is that defendant has not demonstrated the search warrant affidavits contain intentionally or recklessly false statements or omissions. As the defendant correctly notes in his brief, he had a privacy interest in his phone records. Recognizing this, the state sought and obtained a warrant. So they're basically saying, yes, he has privacy of his phone. So then we went and got, a warrant because this is their issues. So if you scroll back up, this is what they're saying are the issues. Mr. Kohberger has a privacy interest in his AT&T account information protected by article. So the first thing that they say is that we acknowledge that, and that's why we went and got a warrant. So the affidavit submitted in support of the application for the issued search warrant recklessly or intentionally omitted material information. And now here's where Bill Thompson is like, no. So recognizing this, the state went and sought and obtained a warrant. Defendant mounts a Frank's attack on the warrant, but for all the reasons articulated in its responsive briefing on defendant's Frank's motion, which the state incorporates herein, his argument fails. Okay? And this is why they're saying the AT&T warrant was not a general warrant. So here, the search warrant fails to provide specific, and this is where we're going to get very particular. So we'll put that in pink. Okay. Of what law enforcement could search and seize in Mr. Kohberger's AT&T account. So as the defendant correctly notes in his brief, for the court's convenience, the state incorporates its analysis and state's objection to the Frank's motion to suppress a memorandum in support, RE Apple account federal grand jury subpoena search warrant dated August 1st, 2023, and state's objection to defendant's motion to suppress a memorandum in support of AT&T first warrant regarding the applicable case law to apply to the Fourth Amendment analysis as opposed to restating the same. So then I go and I grab that document and I said, okay, you little fuckers. And it's right here. Apple account, federal grand jury subpoena. And they want to use case law that's coming from all right. United States versus Miller. Holding that persons have no reasonable expectation of privacy in banking businesses and their records because they voluntarily share that information with banks. The information that defendant seeks to suppress that was obtained by federal grand jury subpoenas falls squarely within the third-party doctrine as recognized in Smith and Miller, and as the Supreme Court has continued to endorse in Carpenter. See Smith versus Maryland, and that's holding that persons have no reasonable expectation of privacy in phone numbers they dial because they necessarily share those numbers with phone companies to make calls. Do you guys hear that? That means once I dial a number, I am then sharing it with the phone company. Are you fucking kidding me? So once I dial a number and the phone company then has that number, I shared it with them and said, so therefore, okay, I gave that up willy-nilly, all free and clear. So I want to know if these phone companies are going to start saying kind of like that we're not going to share your information with anybody, even law enforcement. Like, otherwise I'm not going to be with your company. Okay. So listen to how this is a case law that says that once you dial a number, okay, you are then sharing that phone number with the phone company, and then you're giving up your privacy right. Okay? So think about that. Okay? Well, what if I tell the phone company that I don't want detailed billing? Okay? And so isn't that wild? You didn't know that already? Well, no, because I want to put a good argument on it. And it's not about knowing it, it's about explaining it. So, what if I dialed star 67 or star 68 before I made that phone call? Clearly, I'm blocking it. I'm just trying to think of being like smarter than this fucking case law right here. What if I dialed star 67 or star whatever it is to block your number? I wouldn't be giving my number to anybody. I'm blocking it. So would we have to go read our fine print of our contracts with our providers and say, please understand that just because you are blocking caller ID does not mean that you are blocking from us knowing the number you're dialing. Okay. So anyways, that's then, so first the defendant voluntarily disclosed the subpoenaed information to Apple. When you've basically signed up for an account, you're just giving your shit away to them. Okay. Second, as the defendant knows from review of the discovery, the information obtained from Apple was in no way a detailed and comprehensive record of the defendant's movements. The information provided was solely account subscriber information, i.e. emails, addresses, phone numbers, and the date the account was created. The information provided by Apple was devoid of any location information. I'm curious of that. The state was justified in relying on the information provided from the U.S. Attorney's Office, which simply confirmed, that defendant had Apple iCloud accounts. Now, I'm going to say that that's absolutely absurd because it's going to all come down to dates. You can't confirm something if I don't have something yet. If I got something first from let's say the Attorney General, the U.S. Attorney's Office, but I didn't have what I needed to confirm what they gave me with. If I didn't have that already, then I wouldn't be confirming anything. So I think that it's going to matter the order. So this is allowed, they say. As to the subsequent search warrant, the state established probable cause for the remainder of the items sought as shown by the lengthy and detailed affidavit for search warrant. Now, defendant has not demonstrated the search warrant affidavits contain intentionally or recklessly false statements or omissions. In response to the defendant's argument under the affidavit submitted in support of the application for the issued search warrant, recklessly or intentionally omitted material information, it relies on information gained in violation of the Constitution and fails to provide probable cause for the requested search. The state refers the courts to, and hereby incorporates, obviously, the Franks and state's objection to motion to suppress. In addition, let me go back right here. All right. So let me go back to their. All right. So going back to the pen, trap, and trace. First, probable cause existed to seize all items of particular type described in the warrant. The specific phone number is listed in the affidavits, and the individual categories of digital information sought are set forth in detail, including why probable cause existed to search those digital files. That's why we looked at C, AT&T, pen, trap, and trace search warrant, page 3 to 7, which specifically detail what actions investigators were allowed to take and what information they were allowed to collect. Second, the warrant set out objective standards by which executing officers could differentiate items subject to seizure from those were not. The seizure of items was limited to the crime for which the defendant was arrested, homicide. And B, the warrant was temporarily limited to the time June 23rd, 2022 at 12 to real-time data. Third, the government was not able to describe the items more particularly considering the information available to it at the time the warrant was issued. They're saying that Detective Payne was seeking evidence that could be in multiple formats and areas, and considering electronic data can be stored anywhere, it was impossible for Detective Payne to narrow down in advance the AT&T areas that should be searched. As a result, if the court employs a common sense and realistic approach and not the hyper-technical approach the defense is suggesting, the court should find the AT&T search warrant passes the Teal test and sufficiently particular part of it. You guys, this is where they talk about their stupid fucking hyper-technical approach versus the common sense approach. Well, the common sense approach would go both ways. Okay. As to the second prong, the affidavit is either attached physically or accompanies the warrant while agents execute the warrant. This is just describing how you can do something. So in this case at hand, the search warrant expressly incorporates the affidavit for search warrant by reference. The language included on the face of the search warrant is Corporal Brett Payne having given me proof upon oath this day showing probable cause establishing grounds for the issuing of a search warrant. Emphasis added. Okay. I don't know if you guys were on one of my lives where I was talking about in the Dr. Moore case, Marty Ryan was going and getting a bunch of search warrants and detainment warrants, and he was just speaking, over to the magistrate, and it was supposed to be recorded. So, so the suitable words are proof upon oath is akin to upon the sworn complaint before me, and the supporting affidavits. The affidavit for probable cause and appended Exhibit A was the only proof presented to the magistrate. To read any other way would render the word proof meaningless and would be an abstract application not supported. As a result, the affidavit for search warrant and appended Exhibit A was incorporated by reference into the search warrant. With respect to the second prong, the investigators necessarily had copies of the affidavit in their possession when they executed the warrant by emailing it to Apple. The effect of this is that the affidavit for search warrant and appended Exhibit A cure any supposed deficiencies in the naked warrant. Next, regarding the defense argument that the warrant fails to actually provide a command to search, but instead orders seizure and it has no time frame. The defendant's argument fails to recognize that law enforcement must necessarily search for the items to seize them. Further, these items would have been inevitably discovered since the order signed by Judge Marshall on August 14, 2023, directed law enforcement as follows. It is further ordered that said property or any property thereof may be delivered to any person or laboratories for the purpose of conducting or obtaining any test, analysis, or identification of said property, which is deemed necessary by the custodial law enforcement agency or prosecuting attorney without further order of this court. The application search warrant was not a general warrant. So let's go back to, God, all these papers. Okay. In summary, given the circumstances of this case, the AT&T pen, trap, and trace search warrant and its respective affidavit and Exhibit A are as particular as can reasonably be expected. Unlike a general exploratory warrant, the AT&T pen, trap, and trace search warrant allowed the searchers to reasonably ascertain and identify the things which are authorized to be seized. See Teal. Thus, suppression is not warranted. The defendant raises its objection to the IGG, and again, the state incorporates the state's argument and objection to the defendant's separate IGG motion as opposed to restating them here. Ashley Jennings. All right. Let's go back to this big puppy. So let me go like this. Not that one. this is all going to come down to a timeline. All of this is going to come down to a timeline. Is going to come down to what the investigators had and when they had it. I'm sorry, if IGG is deemed out, that's the only way you have the name Bryan Kohberger. That's how you did all of your searches with the name Bryan Kohberger. Okay. Now, I would have to think, there's no doubt in my mind, because we don't have it, but that's why I showed Payne on the stand. All of the things that Mowry and Payne said under oath the days that they testified back in May of 2024, like 150% contradict what the fuck is in these state's objections. Okay? Payne doesn't know anything. Payne doesn't know anything based on his testimony, okay, back in May of 2024. Okay? So whatever he would have said and Mowry said on the stand, those would be transcribed. So, for example, if we go back to the Elantra, okay? We go back to the Elantra, right? Because that's big problems. So when you look at, where's theirs? All right. Comes now the state of Idaho, by and through the Latell County Prosecuting Attorney's Office. And Hector, get up here, boy. Okay. The defendant's instant motion regarding the Pennsylvania search of his car subsequently parallels the defendant's motion to suppress Pennsylvania search warrant for the address. Again, to avoid unnecessary repetition. So, regarding the defendant's represented facts, the state respectfully refers the courts to the defendant's Exhibit A and B, okay, and to look, opposed to relying on the defendant's subjective summary. In response to the defendant's discussion, starting at page 3, regarding applicable law, the state respectfully refers the court to its written response beginning at page 2 of the state's objection to the defendant's motion, R8 Lamson Drive. So then we go and grab that one. Where the hell is that one? Damn it. Is this it? No. God bless it. There we go. Warrant for... Stipulated motion to seal state's objection and exhibits for. Oh, so they sealed that. You fuckers. There it is. I thought that they didn't. That's why. Okay, see, I wasn't losing my mind. All right, the reason that I don't have that is because it was sealed, that one. Fucking A. I'm just sick of this shit. It says, so standings in response to the defendant's argument beginning at page 5 of the instant motion regarding whether the defendant had a reasonable expectation of privacy in his vehicle located at his parents', the state does not dispute that the defendant has this standing. So, beginning at page 6 in his instant motion, the defendant asserts that Pennsylvania law enforcement's search warrant lacked probable cause. This section of the defendant's motion merely refers to the defendant's separate Frank's motion and argument. By way of preliminary response, the state notes that Idaho law clearly states that if a search is conducted pursuant to a warrant, the burden of proof is on the defendant to show that the search was invalid. As demonstrated by the Pennsylvania search warrant, beginning at page 5, and Exhibit 4 to the state's objection to the defendant's motion to suppress, were done pursuant to specific Pennsylvania-issued search warrants based on substantial probable cause. And that's where I think it's vague. Why not list? I mean, absolutely fucking waste, absolutely a fucking waste with that. You know what's interesting? Let's take a look at this really quick. See, they just redacted it. Exactly. Okay, let's look back at this motion or the suppression one that Ann filed. Okay, the Lamson one, and like, you guys. So these were all the issues with everything that took place in Pennsylvania, all right? A lot of issues, right? The state decides that they're going to file Lambsden. Their response is under seal because it either A, would interfere with enforcement proceedings, B, deprive a person of a right to a fair trial or an impartial adjudication, C, constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy, D, disclose the identity of a confidential source, and or the last one is disclose investigative techniques and procedures. So then you have to ask yourself, and you go back, and you're like, okay, well, they stipulated that, right? Okay, great. But what's so wild? On December 28th, Trooper Larry of Pennsylvania State Police became aware of the objective of arresting Mr. Kohberger via Moscow Police Captain, or whoever, Payne. At 4:44, a magistrate in Pennsylvania issued a search warrant on December 29th at 2:22 p.m. This is Pennsylvania, or this is West Coast time, which would make it 5:22. Okay. The magistrate in this matter signed an arrest warrant for Mr. Kohberger in Latesville County. The affidavit for the warrant was signed by Blaker. Remember, I went over all this back in the day. I said, look at what they're doing. They're using different scenarios for whatever it is that they're trying to get. They're switching up the facts. Because in Blaker's, it says that Bryan went straight home. The basic facts Blaker used to support the search were: next to the body of Melvin was a tan leather knife sheath. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA on the button snap. Footage from the King Road neighborhood showed that the police was the vehicle of the killer. The white sedan lacked a front license plate. A vehicle specialist decided based on the footage that the vehicle was a 2011 to 2016. And then this is what they're saying. This is wrong. He never said that. A vehicle matching the description was spotted via surveillance in Pullman. It was later discovered that Mr. Kohberger drove the 2015 Hyundai Elantra, and that he lived not far from the last place of the white sedan was seen driving in Pullman over an hour later. That same specialist indicated that the car seen in Pullman was a 2014 and 2016. Witness Dylan Mortensen had indicated the height of the person she saw at the time of the attack was between 5'10" and 6 foot. And they had bushy eyebrows. Police determined Mr. Kohberger fit that description. Records from an August 21st, 2022 traffic stop showed Mr. Kohberger was the driver of a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plates lacking a front plate. And this is the one that we've never seen, for the record. It also showed he had the phone number. He noted investigators learned this was an AT&T number. And my question is how did they learn that? Mr. Kohberger had changed his vehicle registration to Washington on November 18th. Cell tower records did not show Mr. Kohberger was in Moscow at the time of the murders. In law enforcement's experience, however, people committing crimes typically turn off their phones. Historical cell site location information was obtained and given to a cellular analysis survey team. That team determined that on November 13th, at approximately 2:42 a.m., Mr. Kohberger's phone was utilizing cellular resources that provided coverage to his apartment in Pullman. They then support the idea that he left his apartment and went south. They then supported the phone being off. Then they support at 4:48 a.m. that the phone is south of Moscow, Idaho, near Blaine. The phone utilizes resources that make their way back to Pullman, coinciding with a white Elantra seen on some surveillance there. A similar data showing occurs at approximately 9 a.m. with a trip into Moscow and returning at 9:32 a.m. That same team determined Mr. Kohberger had been to Moscow on at least 12 occasions prior to the event, and that he came into the area the morning following the murders. However, law enforcement, without explanation, indicated it did not believe that final trip ever occurred. I'm sorry, that's my favorite part. Pennsylvania agents seized garbage at Mr. Kohberger's parents' residence and found DNA it determined was likely the father of the suspect DNA found on the sheath. If I ever put this out to the world, they would be like, dude, you're the biggest conspiracy theorist we've ever seen in our lives. You can't just put all these things and say that they connect. At 2:43 p.m. on December 29th, a criminal complaint and probable cause order were filed in this matter. At 10 p.m., so if that means that would be at 5:43 Eastern Standard, because then at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard, which is 7, Pennsylvania SWAT began preparations to arrest Mr. Kohberger. Despite weeks of constant FBI surveillance, Pennsylvania law enforcement did their own. Now we see why this is sealed. Guess who this is being sealed from? It's not being sealed from the public, you guys. This is being sealed from the FBI. Pennsylvania law enforcement did their own surveillance starting at 11:15 p.m. You think that Moscow is going to put out a hit piece on the FBI in a public docket? The fuck out of here! That's why this is sealed. That's why this one's sealed. The heavy reliance of the FBI here. Pennsylvania SWAT began preparations to arrest Mr. Kohberger. Despite weeks of constant FBI surveillance, Pennsylvania law enforcement did their own surveillance starting at 11:15 p.m., which is 8:15 p.m. And by the way, just so we're all clear, all the families knew the name Bryan Kohberger at this time. And despite the fact that weeks of constant FBI surveillance showed Mr. Kohberger was unarmed and tended to go for runs around his parents' neighborhood, police decided that in the dead of the night within his parents' home was the best way to make their arrest. It was like they wanted a problem. Like, that kind of reminds me of like Brent in a way. On December 30th at 1:14 a.m., 10:14 p.m., West Coast, Pennsylvania SWAT raided Mr. Kohberger's parents' home. During the raid, law enforcement broke the front door of a home, shattered the sliding glass door of the basement, held the entire family at gunpoint, and seized Mr. Kohberger. What the fuck are you doing? Those are innocent people. He was transported to a police station in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, and made statements during transport. At the station, Mr. Kohberger was processed, during which police collected information about his person. Finally, during interrogation, before requesting an attorney, Mr. Kohberger made statements to interrogators from the Idaho State Police. Who are these fuck nuts? Here we go. Now I know why she wants training records. Oh my God. Oh my God. It was Tolson. If it's Tolson, I'll die. Made statements. Who from the Idaho State Police was in Pennsylvania? Now do you guys see why I'm covering the frickin' Dr. Moore case? Do you understand that when someone says they want an attorney, you have to leave the room? You understand that, right? And you have to go get them one, right? At 4 a.m. Eastern Standard on December 30th, Pennsylvania State Police filed a criminal complaint against Mr. Kohberger. So at 4 a.m., Pennsylvania State Police filed a criminal complaint against him. So do you guys see how they arrested him? Did they? Why are they? What is their criminal complaint on? Right there. The first question this court must determine is whether there is a conflict of laws in this matter, whether Idaho law or Pennsylvania law controls the validity of the search warrant for Mr. Kohberger's parents' home and the necessary relief. Unlike the issue of arrest warrants, cases involving multiple states' investigations have produced far less case law. In fact, the defense could not find a precise case on point for the state of Idaho. The issue, however, has received some attention in academia. Fortunately for this court, Idaho and Pennsylvania do not differ in their approaches to the enforcement of their Fourth Amendment analog provisions. Both do not accept the good faith exception. Thus, this court can likely afford to leave as an open question which forms exclusionary rules apply. However, it is also clear from grounding of the exclusionary rule in Article 1, Section 17, that evidence obtained in violation of the Constitution must be excluded. Interesting. Thus, Mr. Kohberger argues that the Idaho Constitution's exclusionary rule must apply, as its basis lies not only in deterring police misconduct, but because exclusion is constitutionally mandated and judicial integrity demands it. However, it remains to be determined whether the actions of the FBI and Pennsylvania state troopers should be judged by the protections of Article 1, Section 7, or its analogs. It is not clear that whether a search should be judged by Idaho standards of reasonableness or that of Pennsylvania, or in the custody of the FBI agents by the Fourth Amendment. As noted, Professor Kerr would have Idaho's reasonableness apply in that the FBI and that Pennsylvania state troopers were acting under its authorization. This approach would also mesh well with older cases such as it also goes along with the legal framework of agency. In this matter, Idaho authorities requested assistance from the FBI and the Pennsylvania State Police. Mr. Kohberger was not under investigation for violating Pennsylvania or federal law. Exactly. That's why I'm saying, like, what complaint did they file against Mr. Kohberger at 4 o'clock in the morning? Thus, this court should be required to apply Idaho's search and seizure laws to their actions in Pennsylvania. However, this approach has its detractors. McGlynn argues that when the CITES officer is performing the search, they should only be held to uphold their own laws. While that position has merit, as it does not require a CITES officer to get a rundown of the differences between their laws and the trial state laws, it remains that Idaho Constitution is not merely concerned with deterrence to officers who misbehave. See Guzman. Gussman. Moreover, it is of concern that such a rule would permit forum shopping. After all, if Idaho's law enforcement may take advantage of laxer restrictions in a different state, they may simply pause their investigation until their suspect is in that new jurisdiction. Or in the case of the FBI, state law enforcement could at any point, even with Idaho, call upon federal agents with far laxer rules of the Fourth Amendment. Finally, it must be said that there is very little daylight, like not much separates, between the Idaho Constitution and the Pennsylvania Constitution. Both apply exclusion to a failure to knock and announce. Their response to this fucking motion needed to be sealed, you guys. Needed to be sealed. And it wasn't from the public. It was from, I personally believe, from the feds. Possibly even the Pennsylvania state troopers. And my question would be, would they have a way to see the sealed documents? And if not, I stand by that. If they can see them, then obviously. But my guess would be no. Mr. Kohberger has standing to challenge the search of his parents' home. Mr. Kohberger grew up in his parents' home, and at the time of the entry and search, he was staying there for a winter break. As an overnight guest, he is undoubtedly has standing to challenge the search in this case. Oh my God. So I just thought about something. What's Ohio law like that? Like, what if somebody just came bum rushing into my house? Interesting. I'll hold my questions to myself here. Mr. Kohberger as a son home for a weeks-long stay at his parents' home has standing to challenge the entry and search in this case, regardless of his authority within the home. And that's based off of, I'm trying to save my voice, reading the Olson little blurb here. And that's the guest has a host who has ultimate control of the house is not inconsistent with the guest having a legitimate expectation of privacy. So the house guest is there with the permission of his host, who is willing to share his house and his privacy with his guest. It is unlikely that the guest will be confined to a restricted area of the house. And when the host is away or asleep, the guest will have a measure of control over the premises. Whatever. Pennsylvania courts require a warrant for a particular residence to go after a person police are aware has an arrest warrant. So the need for a warrant for a fugitive from another state, this is what we're getting at, you guys. Without a governor's warrant, this is what is going on in Luigi's case right now, okay? They're trying to get a governor's warrant, right? Because the need for a warrant for a fugitive from another state is coded. Without a governor's warrant, an officer can get a judicial warrant to permit entry into a home. Without either type of warrant, an officer lacks this authority. Then, so when you go up and you go to this timeline right here, and you see this part, which is at 4 a.m. Eastern Standard, Pennsylvania State Police filed a criminal complaint against Mr. Kohberger. I'm just curious, what is this criminal complaint against? What did he do? What did he do? What the fuck is happening in PA? Everybody goes to PA. Listen, if he was already arrested. I know. Listen, if you're going to commit a crime, I'm telling you guys, the worst place to go to after you commit it is Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania blows. All right. Pennsylvania is my neighboring state. Let's see how many super chats and stickers we can give away today. Oh, thank you there, Carson Hockey's mom. Karen. Oh my God. Karen turned 20 people green today. 20 people green. Looking for someone to match my super chat. Aw. Oh, hi, Carson Hockey Mom. There you go. You got a match. It's like Tinder. Swipe right. There you go. Good morning. All right. So, I think Willie needs to move ASAP. So, maybe I missed it, but has the connection been made between bushy eyebrows and BK's name? How is that connection made? Police officers decided when they looked at his, his photo and his driver's license photo that, oh my God, Blaker said, oh my God, yeah, he has bushy eyebrows. He matched Blaker's vision of bushy eyebrows. So, yeah. Yeah, he waived extradition. I'm just curious that right there when Pennsylvania State Police filed a criminal complaint, what did they file a criminal complaint against him for? Did he litter? I don't understand. PA laws are crazy. You have county laws, township laws, state laws. Everything had to go through Harrisburg. It's just so much more difficult than most states. Yeah. So I don't know. Criminal complaint for the green leafy substance. I don't know. Catherine. Cash App. Woo! Look out. Yeah. So yeah. Now I want to know what Idaho State police officer was in Pennsylvania. Who do you think out of all the Idaho State police officers would have been? My guess is either, if he wasn't retired yet, John Kemp. Is that his first name? Possibly Willis, but that doesn't make sense because they usually just oversee shit. And so you're leading to like one of the agents that were working. And I mean, why else would Ann Taylor want Gary Tolson's training records? And seeing that Gary, I mean, I don't know what Bryan said in this interrogation, you know, we weren't there. But so when you go back down here, so this is the warrant though, or I'm sorry, not the warrant, but this is the suppression motion that did not need to be sealed. The state chose to write their objection and file it under seal for this, everything that happened in Pennsylvania, everything that included the FBI, everything that included Pennsylvania people. Okay. And I think it's absolutely ridiculous. I don't think they're hiding what they did to us. I think they're hiding what they did to other law enforcement agents. Federal and Pennsylvania law enforcement violated Mr. Kohberger's Pennsylvania and Idaho constitutional rights. Okay? You understand? It doesn't say Idaho violated this. So why would Bill have a problem? Like, look at this, you guys. Think about this. I'm going to do you a solid. You guys are going to do me a solid. We're going to seal this. Giving you just a little bit more time. I mean, why would Bill seal this? Why would this need to be sealed? Bryan Kohberger's team is accusing federal and Pennsylvania law enforcement of violating Mr. Kohberger's Pennsylvania and Idaho constitutional rights by not knocking and announcing their presence and presenting Mr. Kohberger with the opportunity to surrender. Okay. Now, at the time of Bryan Kohberger's arrest, I'll have to go double check the dates. You know, Tolson, Van Leuven, Marty Ryan, all those people were being sued in federal court by the Moors from all of the fuckerage that happened over there. And so a simple Google search or just Ann being in the area would have known that. That was hot topic. So, as noted above, Idaho's law should apply to the entry in this case. However, Pennsylvania, like Idaho, has rejected the good faith exception. So, the Pennsylvania state only found 4 exigent circumstances permitting police to ignore the knock and announce rule. The occupants remained silent after repeated knocking. That did not happen. But you know what? We can't prove that because where's the body cams? The police are virtually certain that the occupants of the premises already know their purpose. The police have reason to believe that an announcement prior to entry would imperil their safety. Yeah, right. You know, Miss Kohberger, Bryan Kohberger's mom was in her nightie, curled up next to Papa Burger, okay? Like, they weren't they weren't ready to make a run for it. What a bunch of bastards. The police have reason to believe that evidence is about to be destroyed. Hence why they said Bryan Kohberger was separating trash. I mean, this is absolutely fucking ridiculous, you guys. I'm so sick and tired of this crazy bullshit. Okay? What the hell? I'm gonna go get myself a Papa Burger today. I'm telling you, think about it. They're all having like Christmas cheer. Probably poor Mrs. Kohberger was trying to get fresh with her man, and then, woo, police are just bashing through the doors and blowing out the windows and whatever else they were doing. I mean, were they flying a drone over the top of Bryan's house? Were they getting intel? What were they doing? What were they doing for weeks? Because, guys, back up the dates. You want to bet? What were they doing? Okay, from, December 15th. Because this is like, if you're going to say like weeks surveying them, okay? So, weeks. Yeah, 100%. You take him while he's jogging. Glad no one in that house slept naked. We don't know. They could have slept naked. No, your home would never be the same. You wouldn't have PTSD like every time you go to bed thinking like any noise that you heard, like you're just waking up at like, or you're like grabbing your bat. Like, I mean, it's crazy. This was so unnecessary. So why would you do it? Think about you're supposed to, when you go and you get a warrant to do this like at nighttime like that, they were claiming that it was the safest way for the police to do this. That's what they wrote. Because it's harder to get to be able to do what they did at night like this. Like, you're not supposed to do that. Idaho's understanding of the knock and announce rule is set out in Ranch. The Ranch court did not adopt a test such as that in Pennsylvania, but held a case-by-case analysis must be made. In this case, there is and can be no showing of these exigencies. Mr. Kohberger had been surveyed by the FBI for weeks, okay? Weeks. That means take December 30th, back it up 14 days at the very least. That's December 16th, okay? They were following him to freaking go to CVS. At no point during this surveillance was he seen to have any weapons. There was no reason to take him inside the house, as surveillance undoubtedly was aware of his daily runs. The evidence the police saw was simply not of the kind that giving him a chance to exit the residence would have imperiled. You guys, they're going to claim that he was destroying his DNA. Oh, thank you. You guys, he was shaving his fingerprints off. That's why they went in. Go Bills. They do nighttime no-knock warrants all the time. Yeah, and they're so dangerous. I wish the Kohbergers would have sued. Can't they still? Emotional distress has a statutory limits of like, I think, look it up in Pennsylvania. Ask yourself why you would want to even do this. Why not just take him on a run? And then you could even say, oh my God, he was running from us. Lana, did you see the Nancy Grace skit on SNL? No, I did not. Anyways, this is just... There was no reason to take him inside the house, as surveillance undoubtedly was aware of his daily runs. The evidence the police saw... Okay, so then they say... there is little difference between what, if anything, the officers could claim required the destruction of the Kohberger home and what the state relied upon in Ramos. Pennsylvania cases show that the failure to announce in this case was egregious. Yeah. In Chambers, detectives covered both doors of a residence, knocked, and then immediately shoved the defendant back into his house the moment he started to open the door while aiming their weapons at him. The Supreme Court found that the forcible entry was completely unwarranted. In Commonwealth v. Kitchener, the court found exigent circumstances where the defendant had a history of violence and fleeing police, and after they announced themselves, heard running and believed the suspect was either fleeing or going to harm himself. By a history of violence, the defendant had arrests for attempted murder, aggravated assault, and assault with a deadly weapon. He was known to have handguns in the car and was reputed to be a person who likes guns, machine guns in particular. In comparison, Mr. Kohberger has no criminal history, no reputation for violence, or even being a gun aficionado. It makes no sense that the police were willing to announce themselves in Kitchener and not to him. Taking the allegations in this case as true, there is still no explanation as to why a small army was required to capture Mr. Kohberger. A small army. Given the force the police decided to use here, there was no reason whatsoever to break down the front door, shatter the basement sliding door, and point guns at the inhabitants. And you know what? And then have Mr. Kohberger be outside, Papa Bear, outside cleaning up their fucking mess the next day while Bryan Kohberger comes up to the door and knocks on it. And then Bryan Kohberger spreading rumors through lies from the police department, which still have not been retracted to this day. And I believe we talk about it here. Probable cause exists when given all circumstances. There you go. Set forth in the affidavit. There is a fair probability that contraband or evidence of a crime will be found in a particular place. The right of a man to retreat into his home and therefore be free from unreasonable governmental intrusion. Yep. Upon a preliminary showing of a warrant's deficiency, the defendant must prove by preponderance of the evidence that intentional or reckless falsehoods were included in the warrant affidavit and were material to the magistrate's finding of probable cause. Just like in the Moore-Drake case, Detective Van Leuven omitted the fact that Eldora Gatchell's pilot left at 7:16 p.m. and that the white truck that Eldora Gatchell says that she saw does not arrive until after 7:18 p.m., therefore making it an impossibility that Eldora Gatchell saw the white truck unless Eldora Gatchell did not leave in the pilot. But if you're going to just simply take the statements of Eldora Gatchell, she was gone at 7:16. And so therefore, how are you relying on her statements to talk about anything that would have happened after 7:16 p.m.? But they knew it. They omitted that. That's material. That is material. You would be asking yourself, wait, why is an eyewitness lying to us about when they left and in what vehicle they left in? Unless you're going to write in your probable cause that you're going to say that you believe that this person can foresee the future and has, ESPN. ESP, guys, come on. So this is absurd. So that intentional or reckless falsehoods were included in the warrant. material, or that material exculpatory information was deliberately or recklessly omitted. An omission of exculpatory facts is material only if there is a substantial probability that, had the omitted information been presented, it would have altered the magistrate's determination of probable cause. Yes, because Brian Drake's phone makes a phone call at 7:17 p.m. and it was only said that Brian Drake was the only person there. So he was the person that made that phone call. Hence, no. Now we still have Eldora Gatchel and Caleb Kakko and Azara in that office, in that location, because they did not leave. Hence, could have made the 7:17 p.m. phone call. Hence, Brian Drake is not still alive then. Hence, Jennifer Drake was not on the phone with her husband. Okay? This is all material. So I'm explaining it to show that this is what Idaho likes to do. Idaho likes to omit very, very important information, but not only do they like to omit it, they like to try to bury it. They like to try to bury it. And is it because after the fact they realize how fucking stupid they are and inept and like, what the hell are you guys doing that you can't even, like, somebody tells you something, you can't go check the facts by like vetting the story and then realize that, oh God, this can't be right. And so you're doing it after the fact to save your own ass from looking like a complete fucking fool? Or are you in on it? I mean, and no, I don't think that a bunch of idiots are in a conspiracy because you're idiots. I think there are selfish people out there that do a lot of things after the fact to make themselves not look like a complete idiot. And then by God, we have just blue back in the blue out there. In this case, law enforcement either intentionally or recklessly, but likely intentionally, I love it, omitted exculpatory evidence as to almost every facet of its affidavit for this warrant. Thus, it will require suppression. The arguments proffered for a Franks hearing in support of this argument is filed as a separate motion in a deputy hearing. So they do 100% say what the problem is. But because it's part of the Franks, which was sealed, they are saying, please go there and see the rest of that. But trying to say that they didn't offer anything, like, you have to state why. Lies. Mr. Kohberger has argued in a separate motion that the genetic genealogy investigation in this matter was done in violation of the Constitution. Additionally, he argues there would be no investigation into him without that original Constitution violation. And now what's going to come out here is, was it a constitutional violation? It is not that the results of the IGG sped up the investigation. Instead, they focused the investigation on Mr. Kohberger, a person whose only connection to this case was his mode of transportation and the shape of his eyebrows. Two identifications of little to no value, as previously argued. As the Idaho Supreme Court has explained, while the initial burden in showing a factual nexus, between the illegality and the evidence, the state must show it would have been discovered anyways. They aren't getting to Bryan Kohberger without this. Okay, there's no discovering this. The state cannot make this showing. Without IGG, there is no case. God, I feel like I've just been on this law firm's team since day one. I'm reading this. Without IGG, there is no case. No request for his phone records. Surveillance of his parents' home. No DNA taken from the garbage out front. Because the IGG analysis is the origin of this matter. Which I'm not even convinced that they used IGG, but yet they used it to have a crutch on. Like, let's just say we did it this way. Everything in the affidavit should be excised. Information about the client's location taken from his phone must also be excised due to being gathered from an invalid warrant. Statements after arrest are either fruit of the poisonous tree from the illegal arrest or should be suppressed as a Miranda violation. And now we talk. And you want to know what a Miranda violation is, you guys? A Miranda violation is when you have the right to remain silent. Anything that you say can't be judged. If you have the right to an attorney, if you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you. How would Bryan Kohberger's Miranda rights be violated? Okay. How do you violate one's Miranda? Well, I can tell you what happened in the Dr. Moore case. He asked for an attorney 8 times. Any statements post-arrest of Mr. Kohberger are fruit of the poisonous tree from an unlawful arrest. So they're saying this was an unlawful arrest, though. In addition, statements made as soon as he was placed in zip ties and held at gunpoint by many police officers without a Miranda warning should be suppressed. Boom. So there you go. It's because you didn't notify him of his Miranda. To protect the Fifth Amendment privilege against compulsory self-incrimination, police must inform individuals of their right to remain silent and their right to counsel, either retained or appointed before undertaking a custodial interrogation. And I promise you, somebody being in zip ties is in a custodial. Like you're what do you think that is? The requirement for Miranda warnings is triggered by custodial interrogation. A person need not be under arrest to be in custody. That is correct, because guess what? Go read the Moore case. In the preliminary hearing, they just conceded that yes, it was a custodial interrogation. Like idiots. Van Leuven, living and dying on the sword of Leslie Lehman. What a fucking moron. What a fuck. Detective Van Leuven, living and dying on the sword of a new detective. I'm going to play you guys something. Leslie Lehman's involved in this case because people were supposed to send videos to Leslie Lehman in the Idaho 4 case. So here I got something for you guys. I got a phone call for you. Lazy Leslie. You guys, what's the moral of the story? Wax those brows and shave your hoo-ha. Oh, God, you guys, so funny. I want to know when Bryan Kohberger, the last time that he flew on a plane. I'm interested in that. I'm interested to know when Brian's last time flying on a plane. So let's see. All right, ready? You guys are going to laugh at this. I'm going to do it like, how do I want to do this? Okay, yeah, I guess go like this. Okay. All right. Here you go. Here's a gift of a lifetime. Listen up. Listen up. Okay.
And the current time is okay, today is June 8th, 2020, and the current time is 11:45 hours. I am Detective Leslie Lehman, along with Detective
Detective Richardson, it's the 9th.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's June 9th, 2020 at 11:45 hours. And we are interviewing Eldora. If you'd say your name for me. Eldora Gotcha. And I have telephoned Eldora at her home telephone number, which is area code 208-267-6133. And Eldora, like we said before we turned on the recorder, we're just following up on some specifics from the interview that we conducted back in March. One of the things we realized we forgot to ask you, when you went for your appointment on the evening of March 12th, which vehicle were you driving?
I was driving my Honda, the Pilot.
Honda Pilot. And what color is the Honda?
It's like a blue-gray.
Okay, to set the stage, I think everybody should understand this. This is Leslie Lehman of the Idaho State Police. Leslie Lehman is doing a follow-up interview, okay, to put together a timeline, an Excel spreadsheet, all right, just like they would have done in the Idaho 4 case, that you're putting this timeline, this Excel spreadsheet together to track people's movements, okay, like at this time, this is what happened. At this time, this is what happened. Okay, then they're on this video at this time, or the car's seen here. So you're doing a chronological order of events, okay? It has to be in chronological order, or something is very, very bad with your Excel spreadsheet that is in chronological order. When you omit things that are material to then mess with statements made by witnesses about a chronological order event that they were a part of, it's 100% material. Like omitting that information, you cannot do that. You cannot just bury the facts. You just can't. I mean, you can, but when you get caught, you're pretty much fucked.
Perfect. And after your appointment, can you walk me through again where you went to?
Where I
Yeah.
You mean describing how I left, or that I went to the grocery store?
Yeah, tell me, well, actually, yeah, if you can remember how you pulled out and then remember how you pulled out and then.
Sure. Okay, so we left the building, was parked in the second right next to Bryan's car. I backed up and left the building back around towards the, I want to say the south entrance, because the entrance that goes right inside the building, there was a truck parked there. So I went back around the other way.
Okay.
And went to the grocery store, Super One.
You went.
Right there, she says, because there was a truck parked in the drive-thru, I had to go the other way. I had to go around because of a truck parked in the drive-thru when I was leaving. Yuri gifted 10 to the Transparency memberships. Woo!
To Super One. Okay, and as you've gone through, since we've interviewed you, have you been able to pinpoint any of those times when you left, or when you were at Super One, when you left Super One, and then when you went on home?
Yeah, well, we were in the grocery store, right when we left our appointment, probably around, I would say around 25, something like that.
Okay.
So we left our appointment there then, and we got to the grocery store soon after that, and that's when I was in touch with my niece. She had just been to visit, and she was at my house and needed some things at the grocery store.
Okay.
So we were texting back and forth right at that time. So.
And that, I wrote down 7:28 during our last interview. Does that still sound correct as far as when those text messages were going back and forth?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you remember, had you just pulled into the Super One when you started texting, or were you already in the store getting ready to check out?
I was already in the store.
Okay, perfect.
You guys, wouldn't you get somebody's to verify all of this information? Wouldn't you get their phone and get the text messages? Also, wouldn't you get the Super One grocery store video camera to show when the vehicles are coming?
It was in, I can tell you what department.
How long do you think you'd been there when you started texting Sonia?
Let's see, I would say maybe a couple minutes.
Okay.
And just the time it takes to get in the store, go to the where mouthwash and toothpaste and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, just to go check find something for my niece.
Okay. One of the things that we're asking everybody, and I don't need you to go back very far in history, maybe just the last couple, 2 to 3 years, have you been a patient of any other chiropractors?
Let's see. Well, yeah, I had actually just gotten back from Mexico because I went to a clinic there.
Okay.
I saw the women down there. It's kind of a pretty neat whole outfit down there. So I had just gotten back from there on the, let's see, I got back on the 1st, I think.
Okay.
And then, that was it. So other than that, in my chiropractor since 2000.
Okay, so ready for this. Now, Leslie has her send a picture of her vehicle, the Pilot, 4 photos, and she gets an email. Okay. And in this email, it's the 4 pictures of the Pilot's photo. All right. Because Leslie Lehman is talking about, we want to pinpoint down the accuracy of everything. So when do you think you got here? Do you remember what you were driving? That type of thing. Okay. So then Leslie Lehman begins to put together this spreadsheet, this Excel spreadsheet. And I'm going to show you the video, this 3-minute clip, not even like a minute. I'm going to show you this video that she uses to make this clip. And I'm going to show you that you tell me if it would take more than a 3rd grade IQ to realize that what this woman is saying to you cannot be true. So she says she's leaving Dr. Drake's office and gets into her Pilot with her brother and pulls away, but they don't go through the drive-through part because there was a truck blocking that area. Okay. So let me then show you what Leslie then has to go look at, because she's, pinpointing everybody. So let me show you what Leslie does. This is who's in on the Bryan Kohberger investigation, Idaho State Police. Okay, here you go. So then she would go, Leslie Lehman would type in, okay, let me pull up the cameras. Okay, we got to go to, let's go. Yep, we got to go to these cameras. Let's look. Got it. Okay. We got to pull up at 7:15. Let's see. Which would be right. No. here it is. Hmm. Okay. All right. Hey, Rich, I got the cameras. Let's take a look at them. Okay, sounds great, Leslie. Let's take a look at them, Leslie. Okay. Okay. And what you see, let me see if my pointer is something that you can zoom over here for you guys. See this? Okay. So right here, this green building right here, they know it's dark, but what you're gonna look for is underneath this sign that's illuminating, underneath that sign in the back, I'm gonna zoom in, and that is the back parking lot. This is what Leslie would have been. She's and we're going to go with this. And what are we at here? 716. Okay. This is the back parking lot of Drake's back here. Now I want you guys to pay attention. And do you see right here? This is 95. This is the street that all these cars are driving on. Okay. And over up here is the blue door to the left. Oh, right here, underneath you see those pulling out now. Do you see up over here on the left? This is the front of the building and the drive-through. Do you see any vehicle with its running lights on over there? No. No. You then press play to continue to watch. Here's Eldora's lights are on. She's backing up in her Pilot, and she says she can't go straight to the drive-through because there's a white truck over here. Okay? So she has to come around the building this way. As you can see, this ambulance passing. And Eldora Gatchel has to come out, and she's going to make a left out of the drive right here. And she is then going to come towards us. Yeah, there's no truck. She would say, okay, hey, Rich, at timestamp, yada, yada, this is, so it's at 7:17 and 21 seconds, okay? Well, Vanna, how do you know that that's Eldora's? Well, we have a different camera view, all right? So the other camera view that we have is the straight on camera view now to show you that Leslie Lehman would have then oh, she would have used then camera angle 3, and it's a straight on, and she would have paused it, and she would have said, oh, yep, that's our pilot. So 7:17 and, 20 some seconds. Okay. Oopsies. Fucking A. This thing is diabolical over here. Oh, got it. Sorry, this is just taking so long. Okay. All right, sharing screen. So then she would have come right back over here, shared camera 3 with herself and her friend, Rich. And right here, Eldora would have seen, or I'm sorry, so this is the straight on camera, and right there, there's your pilot. Okay, you could track it all the way down. That's Aldora's pilot leaving. You guys see that? So 7:17 and 25 seconds. There's Aldora's pilot. All right. Then you would go back over here and say, okay, hey, Rich. So Aldora's pilot left, but guess what? We have a problem. Okay. Aldora's pilot left, but look at this, Rich. Zoom in. Okay. The issue that we have is that there's no white truck there until having a hard time following 7:17 and 20. No white. Then you have to go to 7:17, and there it is, 7:17, 7:18 right here. This white truck comes out of this street, then makes a loop to go back around the drive-through where Aldora had already left, so 7:18 and 16 seconds. 17 seconds. Watch what this white truck does. This white, so keep your eye over it. So there it's over there, the lights. It's coming then around the drive-through. Okay. Now watch up over here by the front of Drake's building. I'll zoom in. You will then see that here comes this white truck, and it then stays right there with its running lights on. Exactly what Aldora says that she saw and why she could not leave from going through this drive-through. But Aldora already left in the pilot, right? Or so she says. She'll know of the movements of this white truck if she still isn't there. Leslie Lehman has no issues with this. Leslie Lehman puts together an Excel spreadsheet and Detective Mike Van Leuven puts it in his probable cause. You see that white truck still just hanging out over there? Then it leaves. Now you can ask yourselves, how is it possible that Aldora Gatchell was able to see? Well, it's very simple. Aldora Gatchell's still there. She didn't leave in the pilot. Unless you want to get on the stand and say that Aldora Gatchell can read the future, she's still there. And why this is important is because Brian Drake's cell phone makes a phone call at 7:17 to his wife, supposedly. And this is all extending the life of Brian Drake. His wife is saying that she's on the phone with him for 9 minutes and 15 seconds. And that he was shot at the end of the conversation that ended at 7:26. Well, now you'd be able to show the jury, well, first of all, you'd ask Leslie Lehman, is she a fucking moron? Does she not understand that Aldora Gatchell couldn't have seen that white truck? unless Eldora Gatchell's still there. Okay. But more importantly, in my opinion, is that phone call that was made from Brian Drake's cell phone to his wife's cell phone number. Now you have Eldora or her brother that could have made that phone call because they are still there. Because it was argued that they were, already gone. No. You can't see the white truck after you supposedly leave a place by 2 minutes and then know its movements. So the phone call that Leslie Lehman that I had you guys just listen to, I want you to listen to it again. This phone call is June 9th. The murder was March 12th. Why would Leslie Lehman be doing this 2 months later? Now think about the Bryan Kohberger case. All right. My thing is robotic. Hold on. Let me leave and come back. Leave studio. I'll come right back. Testing. Can you guys hear me now? Better? Better? So then now I want you to listen. Better. Okay, good. Now I want you to listen to this clip.
Okay, today is June 8th, 2020, and the current time is 11:45 hours. I'm Detective Leslie Lehman, along with Detective
Rich Dawson, it's the 9th.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's June 9th, 2020 at 11:45 hours. And we are interviewing Eldora. If you'd say your name for me.
Eldora Gatchell.
And I have telephoned Eldora at her home telephone number, which is area code 208-267-6133. And Eldora, like we said before we turned on the recorder, we're just following up on some specifics from the interview that we conducted. One of the things we realized we forgot to ask you, when you went for your appointment on the evening of March 12th, which vehicle were you driving?
I was driving my Honda, the Pilot.
Honda Pilot. And what color is the Honda?
It's like a blue-gray color.
Perfect. And after your appointment, can you walk me through again where you went to?
Where I
Yeah.
You mean describing how I left, or that I went to the grocery store?
Yeah, tell me, well, actually, yeah, if you can remember how you pulled out and then which location you went to afterwards.
Sure. Okay, so we left the building, was parked in the second right next to, Brian's car. I backed up and left the building back around towards the, I want to say the south entrance, because the entrance that goes right beside the building, there was a truck parked there. So I went back around the other way.
Okay.
And went to the grocery store, Super One.
You went to Super One. Okay, and
She says all of this in the first interview on March 16th, 2020. All of this is said in the first interview, March 16th, 2020, 4 days after the murder. Okay? She just said that she did not go straight to the drive-thru because there was a truck blocking it. Do you hear that? The pilot left before the white truck came. Eldora Gatchel is not in the motherfucking pilot. So then I said to myself, how can I fucking prove this? There's no way that she knows about that white truck unless she is still there, but I have to be able to prove it. I mean, Leslie Lehman should just be asking the questions, which is, okay, Eldora, we have your vehicle leaving and there's no white truck there. So what'd you really do that night? That's what a fucking detective would do. Now, let me show you how I had to basically say, here you go, Leslie, let me fucking do your job for you. Leslie Lehman, go to supplemental report on March 17th, 2020 with Paul Jacobson. And I want you to play for your lovely fucking ears, Leslie, Paul Jacobson's interview on March 17th, which would have been so fresh in your little fucking head after you just interviewed Eldora Gatchel on March 16th at 8:30 at night, that you go and you interview then Paul Jacobson, who was the patient right before Eldora Gatchel, the big guy, right, Leslie? Go to that interview, which please tell me, do you need the supplemental report number? Do you want me to give you that? Is that what you want, honey? It's supplemental report 60, babe. 60, okay? And then click on Jacobson, okay? And then click on the recording.
Like today is Mark when I was in his office waiting for that lady, from getting down with that lady. And then I called Patrick.
27-minute long.
Go from my house. No, my girlfriend's staying there with me right now.
How far is it?
See, also on the way home though. Usually
For the sake of the recording, Zay's phone call was at 5:46 and looks to be 8 minutes long. And you say you were in the lobby waiting when you called that one. And then Patrick Atkins, you had an outgoing call at 6:18.
Yep.
And it didn't look like it went through, but at 7:02 you had an inbound call from Bones, as it says, Patrick Atkins, that was 27 minutes in duration.
Yeah.
Okay.
We usually talk for a while.
And that 27-minute long conversation was at your house?
Yeah, I'm sure I was home by then.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure of that.
Okay. And how far is it from Dr. Drake's office to your house?
It usually takes about 15 minutes to go from my house to. Usually I leave 15 minutes early to get from my house to his office.
Okay. Do you live with anybody at your house?
No, my girlfriend's staying there with me right now because the whole stupid coronavirus thing. But at that point, I didn't have anybody living with me.
So on Thursday, you didn't have anybody there with you?
No, I was on myself.
Any kind of alarm system that records when doors open, windows open, etc.?
Funny you didn't ask this about Jennifer Drake and anything for her to corroborate where the fuck she was, huh?
No, I have a push button lock on my door, but I don't imagine I would record anything like that.
What kind of truck? What truck were you driving that night?
The 05 F-250 that's sitting outside.
Okay.
Silver, or gray, or whatever you want to call
Is
it.
that registered to you?
To my company, yeah.
Who's your company?
Jacobson Forestry. A lady.
Ready? Here it comes.
No, on the phone, no. Like she said, I called him and I think I just got voicemail, and then he called me back at 7:02.
No, but you didn't hang out there at the doctor's office after.
No, there was when I backed up and I kind of backed into the little drive-through that the coffee shop has now. Like I backed in there, and there was a lady who looked like it could be a daughter or something pulling into the entrance to go back there when I was pulling out.
Okay.
Because they kind of pulled off behind Far North Outfitters over behind back door there, and I pulled out this way.
Okay.
I don't know. I can't remember what kind of rig they were.
Okay.
Right there. I was like, wait a second. He is saying that another SUV came back there. Listen to this.
No, there was a silver lock on my door, but I don't imagine I would record any silver. Gray, or whatever you want to call
Is
it.
that registered to you?
To my company, yeah.
Who's your company?
Jacobson Forestry. To that little, he called me back at 7:02.
But you didn't hang out there at the doctor's office after.
No, there was when I backed up and I kind of backed into the little drive-through that the coffee shop has now. Like I backed in there, and there was a lady who looked like it could be a daughter or something pulling into the entrance to go back there when I was pulling out.
Okay.
Because they kind of pulled off behind Far North Outfitters over behind back door there, and I pulled out this way.
Okay.
I don't know. I can't remember what kind of rig they were.
Okay.
And
it
was an SUV, I'm pretty sure.
What kind of clothing were you wearing?
Do you see him just dismiss this? He doesn't even care that Paul Jacobson is saying that another SUV came back there, and the driver looks like it could be the daughter of the woman that was inside, because of the Hawaiian woman. It looked like it could be her daughter. Okay. Ready for this then? I said, you gotta be shitting me. So I'm like, this is so easy to vet. Go to the cameras. Let me prove that Paul Jacobson left, and I can prove it. He comes out at 6:17 p.m. on the cameras. Guess what happens at 6:16 p.m.? A fucking SUV is passing Columbia Bank cameras and then turns into Drake's lot, and therefore doing exactly what happens, which is Paul Jacobson seeing an SUV coming back there, an older rig. I couldn't tell you the color. He said, I think, it was an SUV, but the girl looked like it could be the daughter. Okay. So here it is. Leslie Lehman. I just proved that Eldora Gatchel was still there, but how did she leave then? Well, they had two fucking SUVs there. All right. You guys were not even remotely interested in what that man just said to you. Paul Jacobson said that another SUV came back there. And here it is, Leslie. You should be fired. Hopefully, if everything works out, you'll be sued. But here it is. This is what Leslie Lehman can't make a chronological order of events. You can do this in third grade. Okay, so I have to go back to, let me go back to this. This. I want the 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. ones. All right. What camera do I want to use to show Leslie's an idiot? Let's go with this camera. Okay. There you go. Sharing for Leslie. And hide that. So as you can see, when we toggle this out and make it bigger, okay, oopsies. You see the green roof over here, that's Drake's building. Next to it is the coffee shop, okay? Then you go to 6:16 p.m. Okay. We'll go 6:15 and 51 seconds. All right. And I want you to keep an eye right here. And you're going to see an SUV. It's right here. Watch what happens up here. What time is it? Yeah, 6:16, 21 seconds. Let's see. Right. I might have to go back a couple of seconds. Okay, yeah. You see the right here, Paul Jacobson's truck pulling out? See that? This truck right here. See right there? All right. So I identified Paul Jacobson's truck. So then I had to go back. That's 6:17. So then I had to go back and go, okay, right before that. So let's look at 6:15. All right. And let's see if an SUV turns in like he says. There she is right here. Here she comes. Slowing down, slowing down, slowing down. Makes a right up into the drive-through part and goes back. See? Goes back to Drake's. See that? And it's going to come around. Proving, okay, what Paul Jacobson said, that this SUV went back there. Then I went back to camera angle 3, got the pictures of it. So when you are ever being interviewed, if you ever cough up information that isn't being asked of you, okay, that would be deemed as being suspicious to police officers. I didn't ask you if you could run or not. You're letting me know that you can run. I didn't ask you if you could run. Type of like things like that. You're just coughing up information. All right. In the interview with Eldora Gatchel in March 16th, 2020, she was interviewed with 4 people present with her, including herself, her husband, her brother, and her niece. Okay. All in the same interview. And she says, and she lets police know, and she says, me and my brother, we were the only ones to go to the appointment because Sonia didn't come with us because she was sick, so she stayed back. We didn't ask you that. We didn't ask you if you're like any whereabouts of your niece, Sonia, who looks like she could be your daughter. You're about to be 60. She's about to be 40. Okay. So Eldora Gatchel coughs it up and tries to, right off the rip, say that her niece was sick and at home. Leslie Lehman calls up Eldora Gatchel in June and says, what vehicle were you driving that night? How about, Leslie, what vehicles did they own all together? How about what vehicles do they own in their little circle? How about Paul Jacobson puts another SUV back there with a Hawaiian woman driving after he just left where Eldora Gatchel's inside recording Caleb playing the damn ukulele, right? And why would Eldora lie about what vehicle she left in? Why would Eldora Gatchel lie about how long she was there? Who is Eldora working with? Who are the 2 people that are extending Brian Drake's life this whole time? Jennifer Drake and Eldora Gatchel are extending Bryan Drake's life by Jennifer Drake saying that Bryan said that he watched his last patient drive away, okay, and that he was packing up, getting ready to leave and what have you. That would mean that Eldora Gatchel already left and that she left in the pilot and that there was no problems. Jennifer then saying she's on the phone with her husband until 7:26 keeps him alive until 7:26. The only people that are keeping Bryan Drake alive in this fucking narrative is Eldora Gatchel and Jennifer Drake, as well as Caleb, because he was there. Well, now we find out, we believe that Sonia was there as well. And what would begin to put you on this path is that Isaac Funderburg saying that he saw Caleb Pico and Azara running from the building. Nobody thought that was possible because they left in the pilot, right? Well, they didn't leave in the pilot. The niece took the pilot and they had a different vehicle parked back there for them to leave in that other fucking vehicle. Or by all accounts, since Eldora Gatchel knows the movements of the white truck, well, maybe Eldora Gatchel's in the white fucking truck that came after she supposedly left. The only people that are extending the life of Bryan Drake is Eldora Gatchel and Jennifer Drake. Eldora Gatchel is extending Bryan Drake's life to the point of that he was still alive at 7:16 or 7:17 when the phone call was made. Also making it seem like Bryan Drake was the only person at the office to have then used that cell phone to call then his wife. That would not be correct. Bryan Drake's phone was at his office. His body was found in his office, but two other people were 100% still there. Eldora Gatchel and Caleb Pico and Azara. Then if you actually listen to what Stephen Hartman says and Aaliyah Sandelin and Isaac Funderburg, they see Stephen Hartman, who is walking up on the sidewalk, and he gets to their apartment where they have a conversation at 7:30 p.m. Aaliyah Sandelin tells the police, because she is the neighbor from across the street, my fiance talked to that man 30 minutes before the gunshots. Well, they talked to him at 7:30. It's on the cameras. So that would put the gunshots at 7 o'clock. She's saying, well, at least like 30 minutes. We know that he had nothing to do with it because he comes up 30 minutes after the gunshots. He comes up after my fiance gets back from going to the store. Then you take the statements of Dan Moore's alibi witness, who said that the first page to come out over the scanner, because he is a firefighter, he's the coroner, that came over 30 to 45 minutes before Dr. Moore ever left his house. If you want to go by the movements of the white truck, because you guys think that that's him, that would be 6:45, which makes perfect sense because Jennifer Drake called her husband at 6:42. And that's where Eldora says, oh, you were the one that called when we were still there. Because he said he still had patients. That was you? Oh, yeah, that was me. I love it. I thought this was about Kohberger. It is about Kohberger. And if you don't know that it's about Kohberger, then I don't know what you were doing for the past 2 hours and 15 minutes. But I'm going to keep your face and name up there. Because it has everything to do with Kohberger. It has everything to do with the investigation that they mounted against Bryan Kohberger is a replica of this dog shit. This complete fucking frame job. And it was such a shit frame job. Leslie, it was right in front of your face. A vehicle you can't see a vehicle and its movements if the person had already left in a different vehicle 2 minutes prior to that. Could you, Leslie Lehman?
That would mean that the person that told you that is lying. Lying. The last person to see the man alive is lying about when she fucking left. Isaac Funderburg says that he sees a man, dark skin, all black, with a gray vest on. That is the exact description of Caleb Cohen Azara that night. I just jumped down. Wow, I was just asking. No, that's what all trolls say. Bye. I don't care. Boot that person from chat. I don't give a fuck. And then they pull their little... I just jumped down. Wow, I was just asking. Well, it just tells me that you don't pay attention and you don't follow Bryan Kohberger, because then you would know that these two cases are directly involved. So just boot her from my chat. Peace out. Now, who has the balls to sit here and watch this out of 426 people live? Think about this. And has the balls to say, what Lana just showed me is fucking crazy lies, is absurd. This is Idaho State Police practice. This is how they operate. And I'm telling you, you can ask yourselves, do I think that this is inept? Is this corruption? Is this what? I don't give a shit what it is. It's wrong. Their work is wrong. It is right in front of your face. And then to find out that the Moores wanted to depose 8 police officers, whether they were local or state police officers, as well as a couple citizens. They're pushed to do that because of this. They're without an attorney. Because their attorneys are refusing to depose the police. They're refusing to show this shit. How would you defend yourself in a civil claim of wrongful death in a case that's never been decided? The facts have never been decided. Wouldn't you want to show the jury the facts? And the fact is that the last person to see Brian Drake the fuck alive, because he was in a video shaking hands with the ukulele player, right? Eldora's brother. That's proof of life at 6:15 p.m. After that, it's all hearsay on when people were alive and what was going on, to include Jennifer Drake. And one of those people, for 100% proof right here, lied about when she left and what vehicle she left in. And Leslie Lehman calls her back up 2 months later, specifically says, what vehicle were you in? I was in the Honda Pilot. Then I went to the Super One grocery store, just like she told you 2 months before, four days after the murder. And Leslie Lehman went to Super One multiple times and never got the cameras. The same thing that happened in the Bryan Kohberger case. These are material. You would need the Super One cameras, which are phenomenal cameras, to vet the story of not only Eldora Gatchel, but Isaac Funderburg, because he went there. And I believe that they were buried because it would show Eldora Gatchel getting out of a different SUV than the one that she drove to the fucking appointment in. Eldora Gatchel is not in that Pilot. Also, Super One grocery store is 3-minute drive from this business. If Eldora Gatchel left at 7:17 in the Pilot, she would have got to Super One at 7:20 and some change. It would not take you until 7:28 to get to Super One. But you did arrive at 7:28, didn't you? Why doesn't Eldora Gatchel talk about the fact that she called somebody at 7:18? It's on the cell tower records. I'm so sick and tired of that we are just going to sit here and say that the police are the corrupt ones. No. People that you are handing your hard-earned money to defend your rights, these are fucking attorneys. How anybody that would be an investigator in a case or a lawyer could look at this material and say there's nothing to see here, this doesn't matter, is lying, is part of the problem, is burying it with the police. When you are married to a cop as a lawyer, when your dad is a cop and a retired cop as a lawyer, in Post Falls, that's a problem. Especially if you're defending someone that would be called Bryan Kohberger or Daniel Lee Moore. Then when somebody tells you that your attorney, that they went and interviewed Eldora Gatchel, or rather sent their investigator to go do it, and then you ask the investigator to send you the report of the interview that you had with Eldora Gatchel that, never really existed in the first place. The investigator says, I never interviewed Eldora Gatchel, not when it was a criminal case and not when it was a civil case. I didn't see any point in interviewing Eldora Gatchel. Well, then you don't know the motherfucking case. Because how a man named Chuck Schoonover, who has all these years of experience in Idaho with all of these circle jerk good old boys, can watch this shit and say that none of this is motherfucking relevant? I think every case that that man has ever been a part of is now relevant to be brought back out and saying, what, based off of what Chuck says? Well, Chuck doesn't think that there's any relevancy that Eldora Gatchel would lie about when she left and in what vehicle she left in, and that's not relevant. And she was the last person to see a man alive. Would you want these type of people, I don't know, in charge of anything that had to do with you? I know I wouldn't. I wouldn't want these people in charge of anything that had to do with anybody. You wrong one of us, you wrong us all. Who wouldn't take this case? It is a slam dunk if you are defending Dan Moore. The police relied on this video for the arrest of him. This is all lies. That white truck means nothing. Whoever it is, I don't know. I don't give a fuck about the white truck. Because Brian Drake was killed well before that white truck ever is making any movements. At 7:13 p.m. is the first movements of the white truck. 7:13 p.m. I'm sorry, 7:13 and 52 seconds or something like that. So almost 7:14. Or maybe it's 7:12 and 50 seconds. Who gives a fuck? 7:13, 7:14. Brian Drake is a long shot. And the scanner proves it. All of this shit proves it. So when you want to say that a jury is not going to be able to follow this, I really want you guys give it to me. Can you not follow basic chronological orders of events that if somebody says that they left and you see their vehicle and they identify it, how would they then see a vehicle that came 2 minutes later when they are long gone? Please explain that to me, that that's going to be hard for jurors to follow. And let me hear it. I want to see it in chat. Tell me that you guys cannot follow this. Tell me that if you saw this footage, that you would be like, as a juror, oh my God, I have no idea what's going on here. You would ask this law enforcement officer on the stand, you wrote in your report, did you not? Is that right? Is that right? You said that Eldora Gatchel left in the pilot. Is that right? If a vehicle leaves before another vehicle arrives, how would the vehicle that left know that the other vehicle arrived? It's so simple, Lana. I wasn't in the vehicle that left. Oh my God, yes! Ding, ding, ding! Because all you have to ask law enforcement is, how did you prove that Eldora was the driver of the pilot? Well, then if you prove that Eldora was the driver of the pilot because you went and got the video, okay, then you have to ask yourself, how does Eldora know about the white truck's movements if she is truly at Super One getting out of her vehicle at 7:21? But they went and buried the cameras that could have proved that or not prove it. Is that right? You like that, Miss Potts? That's my impression of Ann Taylor. Officer Payne, is that right? I love Ann Taylor. You know what I'm talking about. AT all the way. Oh, I muted it. Don't worry. Leslie Lehman, turn in your badge.
What?
Turn in your badge. Is that right? You guys, anybody in here can't follow this? Leslie Lehman following up with her 2 months later to say, double checking what vehicle you were driving. Why, Leslie? Did you see a problem in your Excel spreadsheet when you were making it? And all your clips of your videos? Is that why you left out when certain people were coming and going from this area that were highly, highly problematic for your little fucking fairy tale? Is that right? Leslie, how many cases were you ever a detective before this murder case? This was my first one. True statement. So they gave it to Payne to be on the case his first time, but they made him lead. Then they let Leslie of the Idaho State Police Department, Sandpoint area, been a detective she's been with the Idaho State Police, I think 18 years, but it took her 18 years to finally make detective. Is that right? All right, guys. This shit is all connected. This shit is connected because of the people that are making the criminal justice system go round and round in Idaho. You got attorneys in beds with police officers. You got attorneys not fulfilling their oath. You got attorneys knowing that they have stuff that could expose the corruption or expose the ineptness, and they are not doing it. You have to ask yourself why. And it's either these attorneys are just as inept, or you have to ask yourself, I mean, come on, everybody in Idaho isn't inept. Okay. I mean, what do the standardized testing in Idaho look like? I mean, what are the grades that these kids are getting? I mean, they don't have school on Fridays. Maybe they need to because it's really showing. They go to school Monday through Thursday. They're off on Fridays. So they have 3-day weekends every weekend. No wonder why nobody works in Idaho on Fridays. They're used to not working and going to school on Fridays. No, I'm not even shitting you. Go look it up. Kids in Idaho go to school Monday through Thursday. Is that right? And Taylor, take it to Pound Town, baby. Take it to Pound Town. These judges. Is that right? This dirty runs deep in Idaho. Yeah. This is my tip. I'm calling it in right now. I want the tip line. Watch my live. The last hour of it. I shred to shit. Jennifer Drake, go get your husband's killer. Go get her. Go get her. I'm giving it to you on a platter. Go sue the pants off of these police officers who literally you called, you gave the address, and they're just standing outside, not going in to help him, letting him bleed out. Jennifer, if you had nothing to do with this, okay, I'm giving it all to you. Wouldn't you be calling me up right now if you were Jennifer Drake saying, holy shit, I thought Eldora was weird. You know, she's acting abnormal, blah, blah. And oh my God, you're right. She leaves before this white truck ever arrives. How would she know about this white truck? Well, because she's still there. And Paul Jacobson made it perfectly clear that another SUV was there with this family of Hawaiian people, as the driver of the SUV had dark skin, looked like it to be the person's daughter. They had 2 vehicles there. And then Jennifer, ask yourself, why are the police calling you and asking for Bryan's cell phone number? Remember, you thought it was so odd. It was so odd. Why would they want his cell phone number? Well, then why don't you ask yourself who they gave that cell phone number to and find out who called your husband at 7:49 and 7:50 that night, right after you got off the phone with the police from 7:44 to 7:46, when you said that the sheriff wanted, the medics were with him, and that the sheriff wanted Bryan's number. Well, I'm going to tell you who it was. It was a local known meth dealer, METH, meth dealer from Sandpoint, who's never called Bryan before in his life. Why would a local meth dealer, you know, gets popped having a bunch of baggies in his pants, broken up meth in little baggies, gets popped? Why would he be calling your husband's phone right after you got off the phone with the police, giving them his cell phone number? Thank you so much. Sparkly Starfish. Lana, what you have presented is easy to follow. You are one awesome lady. Thank you so much. Why did they leave out of the description the dark-skinned part of the male that was running? The dark-skinned part. Why did they leave it out of the description when they went and did everything that they did in this case? Just like why they leave out of the description or add to it rather and try to include years of vehicle models that weren't seen on cameras. No, I feel most confident saying that's a 2011 to 2013. Okay, we're talking about surveillance cameras that would look like this. See that car right there that's at the stop, turn right? All right, you're looking at the tires, the lights. These experts are never going to put a 2016 or 15 with a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. Never in a million thousand years. Lady Di, thank you so much. Making it green. Jennifer Drake should be calling me and letting me help her solve her husband's murder. Jennifer Drake should be suing other people. And Jennifer Drake would get a hell of a lot more money if she did. Jennifer Drake should be watching this and calling up her attorney or calling up the police department and saying, Van Leuven, what the fuck is this shit? Who did the Excel spreadsheet? What is this? How do you miss that Eldora's pilot leaves before the white truck ever comes and is parked and preventing, that running light? That is not possibly able to be seen by Eldora Gatchel if she leaves in her pilot, like she says, at 7:16 p.m. and is in front of them, the Columbia Bank cameras at 7:17 and some change. It is impossible. Unless you want to tell the jurors that Eldora Gatchel lied but had ESP to know that a white truck would come and park and do that crazy shit. Bryan Drake was not killed at 7:26. Maybe Jennifer Drake was threatened. Maybe Eldora and Caleb and whoever they were with, when they called at 7:17, gave Jennifer strict instructions. And if you do anything, then, your family's going to be harmed because of whatever the fuck he was involved in. I don't know. But Bryan Drake was killed before 7:17 for that phone call. Bryan Drake was not alive for that phone call. Let me tell you what that would mean. That would mean that Bryan Drake was on the phone with his wife and lies to his wife and says that he watched his patients leave, get in that pilot, okay, and leave because he walked him by the glass door, okay? And they didn't, okay? And why would Bryan lie about Eldora and Caleb not leaving, telling his wife this, okay, telling her all of this stuff? For what purpose? And then says, ow, I think I've been hit. I think I've been hit in the side. I think someone just shot me through the window. Why would Bryan say any of that shit to his wife? If you guys think that he's still alive and Eldora and her brother are clearly still there because they didn't leave, because they know the movements of the white truck, does Bryan not know that they didn't get in the pilot and he just thinks that they're in the pilot? That would make no sense. Right? What makes sense to me, but I'm welcome to the idea of something else. But what makes sense to me is that if you pay attention to the cameras from the other angle on Liberty side, it's very clear what time this crime happened. It's very clear what vehicles are back over there, when they're going back there and when they're circling and what's going on. And there's a vehicle that literally catches air back there, like to get the hell out. And then whips around and turns around in Dr. Moore's back of his building. And then peels out and gets out and goes north towards Canada. Why would the local meth dealer from Sandpoint, which is 30 minutes away, and he lives over there, why would he be on the Bonners Ferry cell towers calling at 7:49 and 7:50, Bryan's phone? That means he's peeing on the cell towers. That means his phone is in Bonners Ferry on the same cell towers as Bryan Drake's. He doesn't live there. What is he doing there? What is he doing in Bonners Ferry? He doesn't know Bryan. He's not a patient. And why would he try to block the number when calling Bryan's phone? All of the movements with all the vehicles and the shooting that I believe occurs here with this man, Bryan Drake, all of it starts to occur after the phone call that was made from Jennifer Drake's phone to Bryan Drake's phone at 6:42 p.m., the first call, the 13-second call. That's what put everything in motion. That's when everything gets wonky back with all those cars coming and going, to include the SUV that came at 6:15 that Paul Jacobson saw. That SUV is literally making loops all over the place. Exactly what you're trying to say, Van Leuven, is so suspicious before the crime that you're using the white truck with. Why don't you pay attention to the vehicles and what they're doing prior to a 6:50 p.m. shooting? Everything aligns with the shooting being between 6:48 to 6:54. And that all of that stuff would be technically on the 6 to 7 p.m. cell towers that were never obtained by law enforcement. The scanners, the police scanners that came out and put that gunshots in the area of the South Hill area, looking for, somebody. All of that was put out 30 to 45 minutes before the second time the scanner had ever gone off. Talking about a code black. If you do the math and you look at the CAD notes, Isaac Funderburg would have notified police before 7 p.m. In 2020, 2 years before the murders that would happen at the University of Idaho, okay, 2 years before, so 2020, in March 2020, this murder happens to Bryan Drake. They tried to cover it up by framing another chiropractor to try to take the true motives out of the equation, which had to do with what was really going on. And we're going to say it's chiropractor or just a work-related thing. Why is that so important? Because we need to bury the true, real motive. Just like what happened then 2 years later in 2022, in November, when the Idaho 4 students were murdered in their home. The motive. What is the motive in that killing? It was clear as day in this case that there was no motive for a chiropractor to kill another chiropractor or anything like that. The police in Idaho have no problem having no evidence, but forcing a motive because what? What if it couldn't come out that Bryan Drake was involved and possibly was a CI? Okay. And he was shot, let's say, because whatever. But we can't do certain things because for the police, we need to cover it up. Because they're over here thinking of that it can't get out about that. We're going to get sued, or if it's negligent on the police, if a police was. But you have to ask yourself one question, though. Jennifer Drake would have been lying, though, about the 7:17 p.m. phone call. It's going to be really interesting what a Emmy would say how long it took for Bryan Drake to be unconscious after that shot. What if he would have suffered? Yeah, chiropractors can't write scripts. Like, God, no. Exactly. At the end of the day, I don't give a fuck who killed Bryan Drake. I don't. I don't give a flying fuck if it's never solved. You want to know why? Because there's something bigger at stake. Bryan Drake's never going to come back. Bryan Drake's dead. Okay? He's never coming back. What I'm concerned with is that you don't ruin other people's lives, innocent people's lives. If Jennifer Drake was truly interested in solving the murder of her fucking husband, like I would be if somebody took out my significant other, then Jennifer Drake can fucking go deal with it. She put up a billboard for $10,000 for more information that would lead to the arrest of the person that we already know who did this. My ass, Jennifer. My ass. You can't even get to Dan Moore until you figure out what the fuck Eldora lied about and why she lied. And the fact that it's your own thought process that you think Eldora killed Bryan or had him killed by her husband because Bryan is just loved by all these women. The only person that was breaking into the phone of her husband 48 hours before his murder was her. She attempted 5 times to try to break into his cell phone, and his phone had Hide It Pro app, and it took pictures of her face 5 times, and the back of the phone took the pictures of whatever the back was looking at, and that was the couches in their home. Dan Moore wasn't breaking into Bryan's phone. Bryan Drake wasn't trying to keep information from Dan Moore. He was trying to keep shit from his wife. Jennifer Drake lied numerous times in her interviews with law enforcement, to the point that the lies are material. Acting like you have a great marriage and that you guys have never had any problems in your marriage, and you lie about that. Why would you lie about that? If you had nothing to do with your husband's murder, everybody has marital problems. Six to 7 months before Bryan Drake was murdered, he had a steroid/pill dealer out of one of those areas. I can't remember if it's Naples or if it's Sagal or whatever. There was a patient of his that at first he took money from, But then he began to trade off services. I will treat you in chiropractic care, and you're going to give me steroids and pills and enhancement pills. You're going to bring them to my office. I'm going to unlock my car, and you're going to go in it and put it under the floorboards. You're going to hide it. Then he's deleting these text messages. One of the text messages says, "So I can't leave you your gear." Who calls it gear? A fucking junkie calls drugs, "Where's my gear?" Gear, gear. Do you got any more gear? Okay. Gear. Think about who uses those terms. Well, his dealer says, "I can't leave it. There's a cop sitting right next to your car." And he says, "Oh, okay, next week." You know, he didn't say, "Wait, what? There's a cop next to my..." What are you talking about? Why would there be a cop? You're not, no concern in the world. Just says, "Okay, oh, okay, next week." What? Why would Bryan Drake care that a message came through on his cell phone? You know, when you enter into places and it says, "Welcome to wherever." Well, Bryan Drake's phone had a message come through, a push notification that said, "Welcome to Canada." Why would you delete that? Who cares? Why is Bryan Drake trying to hide the fact that he would be in Canada? And this was in November of 2019. So he was murdered in March. Do the math. Why is Bryan hiding the fact that he's going to Canada? Who cares? Then, a month before he's murdered, he supposedly has a slip and fall on the ice at his office. Bryan's own family, his brother-in-law, he's involved in the medical field, he said there is no way that was from a slip and fall. This was a twisting fracture that broke in 3 places. This is something that would have had to crush it. Did Dr. Moore beat his ass a month before the murder? Bryan Drake had somebody contact him. I know who the person is. I'm keeping it under wraps right now. But Bryan Drake had somebody contact him the day before his ass beating and ask if he was taking, if they can get an appointment. The number wasn't saved. Bryan said, "Who is this?" This person told them who it was and said, "You don't remember treating me back a while ago?" Bryan then scheduled them the next day, which would then have been February 4th, the same day of his ass beating with his leg, in my opinion, and any probably professional's opinion that would look at the result, that get the x-rays, that this person, and it was his second to last appointment that day because he was leaving work early that day to go to see his son's basketball game, allegedly. Why would then, if Bryan's planning on going and seeing his son's basketball game, and he is supposed to be leaving at a certain time, would Bryan ever schedule 2 appointments, one with this new person at that time frame when he has to leave? Otherwise, you're not making it. And then why on the same day would Jennifer Drake tell Bryan that his son's basketball game is at 5 p.m. when the schedule says 4 p.m.? And then why is Jennifer Drake saying that one of their friends, Amber Craig, has the kids and it's game day and you have the boys tonight, right? Like, you're taking the boys to the basketball game. And then why would Brian Drake delete ever having any text conversations with that person that was new, that asked to come see him that day that he got his leg bashed in? Why would he delete that from his phone, that text conversation? Brian then tried to put in a claim against the owner of the building of his slip and fall. And the guy had cameras, and the cameras didn't catch any of this. And so this guy who's actually a patient of Brian's, Wimmy, he said, no, we didn't even have a contract. Like, it was so under the table about how all this was going on, and he didn't have insurance. A bunch of crazy crap, but they said, no, we're not gonna pay this. But Brian somehow managed, from the moment that the slip and fall happened on February 4th, before March 12th of his murder, had already made it known that he was suing and trying to get $5,000 from this guy's insurance. After his murder, the guy that owned the building felt so bad that said, just push through, just give him the $5,000, give the widow the $5,000, because he was murdered. He felt bad. But yeah, no, it was denied before that. And then he made a personal phone call to his people and just said, pay, give her whatever, give her what she's asking for, because he was murdered. It was 2020 when this murder happened. Everybody is well aware that spouses be taking out spouses. Why wouldn't you vet and clear Jennifer Drake? And if you did, how did you do it? Because once Eldora Gatchel lied about her whereabouts and leaving in the pilot, and that they had a second vehicle there, all this shit, Eldora Gatchel is placing herself at the scene when a very important phone call is made at 7:17 to call the wife's cell phone, where Jen says that they then talked for 9 minutes, 15 seconds. But Chuck Schoonover, who's a retired law enforcement, well, I don't know what the fuck he did, but he's involved with, I don't know, he does his own shit now. He doesn't think that any of this is relevant. And that, my friends, is like all I have to say. Exactly, you're right. You don't think that it's relevant, do you? And that's the reflection of your work for how many years that you've been doing this, because you don't have a fucking clue. How anybody could say that that's not relevant is crazy. The last person to see Brian Drake, and she's with her brother, who matches the eyewitness's description of after he heard gunshots. That's who he saw running from the crime scene. None of it's relevant to Eldora's then lying about what vehicle they left in and what time they left in, which is the only way that they could know about the white truck. Y'all are crazy. This shit's whack as fuck. And I've been begging and screaming and putting this shit out here since the summer of last year. And now here, if this case, if the Moores don't get an attorney to showcase all of this shit in court, it's going to get buried, which will affect, in my opinion, the Idaho 4 case. These law enforcement officers need to be deposed. They need to take the stand. And they are not to be tossed softball questions. Do you understand with the hand that Dan Moore has? His attorneys want him to default on this fucking civil case and just mitigate damages. Who the fuck would ever advise that? Oh, and by the way, just go file bankruptcy. Who the fuck would ever advise that? You pay somebody $200,000 and 6 weeks before a trial, this is their fucking advice? And that if you want to fight this, you need to sign a letter stating that you're going against the advice of counsel. Get out of here. Are you at what? Wait, what happened? So what changed between May when you guys were hired to take the case and got paid $200,000 cash money up front? What changed about this case from May until, I don't know, a couple days ago? Well, Lana, nothing except for, I don't know, I think the Moore stock went way up in evidence. If this doesn't get you disbarred, I don't know what the fuck would. If you're going to tell your clients that you interviewed people that you did not, and that they have nothing to add, they don't remember anything, we sent our investigator there, and then the investigator said, like, what? I never interviewed anybody. I never interviewed Eldora. If this doesn't get you disbarred, I don't know what does. Can you imagine telling them to go and depose Eldora Gatchel? And they're like, what for? She doesn't know anything. She doesn't even drive anymore. What the fuck does driving anymore have anything to do with anything? That is the most absurd shit I've ever heard in my life. And then come to find out, you lie. You lie and say that you interviewed this person. And then the investigator's like, I didn't interview this person. Because I told the Moore straight up to go call the investigator and ask him for the report. Ask him for the information. Ask him if he interviewed Eldora Gatchel. Ask him if Dana sent him to go do that. Ask him for the report. And he's like, I don't have any report. I didn't interview Eldora Gatchel. I didn't see the need to. I was not asked to. Eldora Gatchel is irrelevant. So what? She was the last patient. Who cares? That's what this investigator is telling. But the icing on the cake is, so you weren't sent there to go interview her? She didn't tell you that she doesn't remember anything and that she doesn't drive anymore? What? No. I'll check my files again. No, I've never interviewed her ever once. No, what would you do with that information? Where's Nancy Grace? Where's Ashley Banfield? Here's a story for you. I mean, I don't even understand. How long would it take an attorney from another state to be eligible to represent an Idaho case? Well, you can always represent pro hac vice. You just have to ride the, the license of somebody that's licensed in Idaho. We need somebody that's outside of Idaho. Nobody wants to take on the police because they all are in bed with them. And this is such late notice. I don't see how anybody could look at this case and be like, oh my God. Like, it's just ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Leslie Lehman, how did you determine that Eldora Gatchel left in the pilot? How did you determine that? Ridiculous. Here, this is what I made up. Let me see if this is hard to follow. What the heck? This is so simple. It's so simple, it's fucking gross. It is unreasonable for law enforcement to claim that they did not know as early as March 13, 2020 by 4:30 p.m. that there was a discrepancy between plaintiff's statements to police/dispatch that her husband was shot while on the phone with her at 7:26 p.m. and when eyewitnesses heard gunshots and seen a person running dressed at 6:15 p.m. on March 12, 2020. Leslie Lehman and Rich Alderson of the Idaho State Police knew on March 13, 2020, at 4:30 p.m. that Stephen Hartman talked to Isaac Funderburg before 7:32 p.m., but after 7:29 p.m. due to two cameras. And that Isaac Funderburg and Aaliyah Sandlin both told Idaho State Police independently that the conversation between Isaac Funderburg and Stephen Hartman occurred 30 minutes after the first gunshot. Please refer to Aaliyah Sandlin's interview at 12:30 p.m. on 3/13/2020 in Supplemental Report 7, and later confirmed by Isaac Funderburg when Leslie Lehman on 3/13/2020, same day, at 4:26 p.m., Supplemental Report 43, called Isaac Funderburg to confirm. The only difference between Isaac Funderburg's statements and Aaliyah Sandlin's statements is that Isaac Funderburg's weren't recorded and instead just wrote in a report by Leslie Lehman. Again, see Supplemental Report 43. In the report, Leslie Lehman wrote, 10 to 15 minutes after the gunshot is when Isaac Funderburg talked to Stephen Hartman, but included the very important statement of Isaac Funderburg that he had talked to Stephen Hartman after he arrived back from the store. Leslie Lehman then knew how important Super One cameras were and didn't go and obtain them. This is what would like to show the jury, as it was March 13th, 2020, way before ever talking to Eldora, Jennifer, or Dan Moore. And why in the hearsay statements that were written down by Leslie Lehman and put into a report, regardless, it puts the gunshot easily before the 7:17 p.m. phone call, which immediately calls into question the statements made by Jennifer Drake as it pertains to the contents and individuals truly on the phone at the 7:17 p.m. phone call. It is simple. These three independent sources, Isaac Funderburg, Aaliyah Sandlin, and Stephen Hartman, and where they physically were located, which is backed by the Columbia Bank cameras, highly back their statements, which means that Bryan Drake was already shot prior to 7:17 p.m. We believe that the 7:17 p.m. phone call has been to 7:26 p.m. But why? We believe the reason they need to extend his life How long has this been muted? This streamer, it's all messed up, man. No, I just was talking this whole time. What part did you guys not hear? God bless it. Several minutes. Fucking. Shit. Oh, that's too funny. I've been cleaning it. It's been a long time yet. Okay. Wow. This is just absurd. Yes, Eldora. Well, bottom line is that it is not unreasonable to ask that these people be deposed and questions be asked. And in fact, you have no other course of action that would be responsible in your position. When you would see this shit, you have to, what the hell? And that if you were truly interested in the best interest of your client, Dan Moore, you would show this to law enforcement in a deposition prior to going into court, where law enforcement can say, oh my God, how the fuck did we miss this? Oh my God. Last words were the only reason. I don't know then. I don't know. Yeah, this is all messed up. If you were a lawyer and you cared about the well-being of your client and protecting him from any potential criminal liability or anything like that, wouldn't you go and have these depositions? Wouldn't you go and have these depositions? And show these to everybody that's involved and say, we have a big problem here. When I say we all have a big problem here. I'm printing it out so I can go like this with it. You pay somebody $200,000 and say, wait a second, I think we just found the smoking gun. The smoking gun is that Eldora Gatchel didn't leave and Caleb Kokonazar didn't leave when they say that they did. And they didn't leave in the pilot, okay? And now it makes sense as to why Isaac Funderburg saw him later than, or potentially later than 7/16, because this whole time it would seem that they had already left. So Isaac Funderburg would have had to see him before 7/16. Go Browns! Yes. Bowles is not worth a shit lawyer to start with. She isn't that experienced or anything. And now she is too dang sick. No, she's not. I don't think she's too scared at all. She's married to a cop. I mean, you pay somebody $200,000 and they're supposed to do their job. You as a client can provide information to them and say, what is this? Have you seen this? You've been going through my case. This didn't come up. Oh. You haven't come across this yet? Dana is 30 years old, has never done a civil case in her life. I don't know how somebody says 200K makes me feel ill. Yeah. I can't imagine any ethical, competent attorney not attending a deposition and when asked about it says, strategy. Exactly. How do you think you're going to say that to a judge? You tell me if this is unreasonable. We are ready to get organized. We have a list of depositions that we would like taken. We want to put in for these depots of Idaho State Police officers no later than Thursday or Friday, December 12th or 13th, 2024, as all parties need a 14-day notice based on rules of evidence. We believe that our best chance to win this case is by deposing these officers and showing them a dose of reality, which is the fact that there's many flaws to their investigation that label the time of a crime based solely off of hearsay of 3 persons, Eldora, Jennifer, and Caleb. We believe that the first week of the investigation is all that matters in this case. And if it was done properly, it would have been solved. As the evidence will show during the depositions, that we came to a certain location to get, which is all of the exhibits and info needed to get these officers to recant their statements. The information that we are seeking through these depositions will bring clarity to all parties involved, including you both, as it will be a great dry run before trial. The answers these officers give under oath are vital to putting the final pieces together on who was in charge of what once all of the quote-unquote gathering of the material was done, in this case, such as clearing the main list of characters and when and how they did this. We know, because we can prove it with hard evidence, that the Idaho State Police was unable to clear anyone within the first week without more interviews and information that we don't possess. And we need to know where this stuff is, if it truly even exists, which we don't believe that it does, but we would rather not guess when we don't have to. We know that we will be unable We know that they will be unable to testify in these depositions to clearing the following people based on the evidence that is in the discovery right now. There is a good chance that these 4 Idaho State Police officers will change their testimony before trial. This doesn't mean we don't go forward with a trial. It means we are taking away weapons before a trial even begins, as the answers in these depositions could tell opposing counsel what truly lies ahead. If we are sorely mistaken, then these depots have put us in a position to possibly even back out before getting to trial based on testimony, sworn statements. But we need you to know that this isn't all what we are thinking as far as backing out. It's just, if you're going to leave possibilities open, that would be one of them, and why you would depose people. The 4 Idaho State police officers we are requesting be put on notice through the courts are Detective Michael Van Leuven, Gary Tolson, Leslie Lehman, and Rich Alderson. The questions are all very similar in nature and center around the first week of the investigation. Some depots will take a couple hours, some will take a couple minutes. The next 4 persons we are requesting are Eldora redacted. The final 7 people we are requesting, all redacted. We are under the impression that these people would just show up at the time slot that they are given all back to back, and you guys would be there at the place that they are asked to come to and just herd them in and out like cattle. We do not need video. We only need recorded audio and transcripts. We have very specific questions for each person, and it is nailing down the hearsay of Jennifer Drake in her interviews with Idaho State Police, as well as the hearsay with Eldora Gatchell, and other little specific comments made by these persons that highlight the problem surrounding Bryan Drake still being alive after 7:10 p.m., which is crucial to our case. We are currently compiling all of the material and organizing everything. We'll even do the pics for your exhibits, so you need them. These exhibits would be to show certain people if they thought that they would just say, I don't recall, and even what the individuals possess as far as potential knowledge or lack thereof, which again all goes to our case of proving to the jury or providing to the jury with more compelling evidence to win at trial. We want the depositions of these to be as back-to-back as possible so that your time is best utilized and the flow of info is fresh for when people might give certain answers that catch an eyebrow up. We understand that this is a lot of names, but some of the people are truly being asked such specific questions that it may take just 5 minutes. We think it might be a good idea to add the ME, Sally Aiken, so we can see what she thinks about how long Bryan would have lived before being dead after the shot, as well as a couple more about the condition of his office and lack of debris in his office, and the thought of Bryan being outside to get the dirt and soil and vegetation on his sweater because the office carpet is very clean. The lack of glass particles being in his sweater as to being shot right through the window. Rejected. Lastly, these depositions also give us another way to take a peek at their so-called criminal case that we don't believe exists. But why wouldn't we use it as another layer of protection? And after you gave us the advice you did last week, this is something that we think would aid us following your guidance with making sure nothing criminal is lurking that we aren't aware of. If that type of a letter gets you fucking fired, I don't know what and how that's possible. I would think anybody that wouldn't do this that's incompetence, that's ineffective assistance of counsel. Who blows off a deposition and doesn't go to a deposition because they lie and say that they had other things going on? Meanwhile, it's been on the calendar for, I don't know, months. But then has a different reason for not going, which was, it was strategy we didn't go. Because we're going to depose him ourselves. Oh my fucking God. That is a damn lie. You would still go to the deposition to make sure that the record is clear. Because you attend the deposition and you're able to ask follow-up questions, you're able to clear things up. You don't ask opposing counsel, hey, how did that deposition go? What? Hey, can I get a copy of that transcript when it comes? I'm speechless. Exactly. Both sides ask questions at a deposition. And there's questions that can be objected to. Objection to relevancy. You can also make sure that witnesses aren't getting, I don't know, like, I mean, asked and answered. I mean, how many, or you're trying to confuse them. Now, who takes a flat fee of $200,000 and thinks that they're not going to go and do any depositions? Shit, you know who got like 20 depositions? Joe Cannon's lawyer was deposing people left and right. Now, do I think that he was asking any questions that were worth a damn? No. And in fact, I think that he used a couple of the depositions because he wanted to be a dick to the daughter, his daughter's baby daddy. But on paper, he had to make it look like he was doing his job. So he scheduled these depositions in a criminal case, okay? And so I went back and read these depositions the other day because I just remember them being like, some of them were like 6 minutes long. And then there was another one like 17 minutes and then like 13 minutes. And there were some that were like, 45 minutes or an hour. And it's just like, aren't we supposed to be disputing facts in the case? We're in such dispute over major facts in this case. The fact that Bryan was shot at 7:26 is a huge dispute. Is that right? Yes. Rebecca says, this whole damn state is fucked. Why doesn't the federal government give two shits about how corrupt these states are? I don't know. But when you can't even go to your attorney and ask them to depose people that are 100% relevant, and that you freaking say, okay, here, I'll even give you the questions to ask if you need. What can we do to help? How can we help facilitate this? And you say things like, I'm at a loss. And I'm not at a loss because I'm stupid. I'm at a loss for them. How are they employed? How can these people even work at a place where they, work? They wouldn't make it at McDonald's. Gary Tolston. You were called by Jennifer Drake's insurance company, correct? Were you aware on the same day that they called you? They called Detective Van Leuven too? Because when you told them, or you told them that nobody was clear that you just started on this case, right? Okay. So then why would it, are you aware of what Mike Van Leuven said the same day, just a couple hours later, to the insurance people at the end of March? So you guys would have two totally different sets of opinions at that point, right? On where this case was at. Because they asked you, you said nobody's cleared in this case, right, Detective Gary Tolson? So does it surprise you to know that Jennifer Drake, according to Mike, Detective Van Leuven, said that the wife is being very cooperative, and we don't see that she has anything to do with this? Is it normally cooperative when a witness lies to you during interviews? Is that cooperative? So when you found out that Jennifer Drake was lying about things, because you did, didn't you, during your course of this investigation? When did you officially clear Jennifer Drake? When did you clear Caleb Luco and Azara? When did you clear Eldora? What information did you go off of to clear Jennifer Drake? Caleb, Eldora. Did you ever have a difference of opinion than Detective Van Leuven about this case at any point in time? Did you watch surveillance footage in this case? How many hours? So you saw the ISP PowerPoint, correct? Did you help make that? How did your team determine that Eldora and Caleb left in the pilot? How did you determine that Bryan Drake was the one making the phone call to Jennifer at 7:17 p.m.? Show him the Columbia Bank camera footage from 7:15 to 7:18. And show him, ask him if the pilot leaves before the white truck arrives. Ask him again how they determined Caleb and Eldora left in the pilot. And then ask him how they could possibly know about the movements of the white truck if the white truck comes after the pilot has been gone for plenty of minutes. So is it now possible that Eldora or Caleb called from Bryan Drake's cell phone to Jennifer Drake's at 7:17, now knowing what you know right now? Does this video provide you with proof that Eldora and Caleb lied to you on March 16, 2020, or your team of investigators? How would you opine that Eldora Gatchel, if she did in fact leave in the pilot because you're not willing to move on that, how did she know about the white truck's movements? Do you believe that Eldora can see and read the future? Did you catch Jennifer Drake in lies during your interviews with her? If Bryan Drake is dead before 7:17 p.m., then everything that Jennifer Drake said about the 7:17 p.m. phone call would not be true, correct? Why would Bryan Drake tell his wife that his patients left and that he had watched them leave if they in fact didn't leave? Did you come across in your investigation that Bryan Drake lies to his wife? Did you come across in your investigation that his wife lies to him? If Bryan Drake was dead before 7:17 p.m., is it your belief that the case against Dan Moore is non-existent? Because you have it here that the murder was at 7:26 p.m. But if Bryan Drake was dead before 7:17 p.m., let's say, do you have a case against Dan Moore? Would you need to find out how Eldora and Caleb left Drake's and with what vehicle, now seeing that she didn't leave in the pilot? Isaac Funderburg said he saw the description of Caleb, correct? You guys had said it in an interview with Jennifer Drake that Isaac Funderburg basically gives a to a T description of Caleb Pico and Azara. Does this lie by Eldora and Caleb strengthen Isaac Funderburg's witness description of the person looking just like Caleb and dressed just like him now? Is this case still open and active? Do you plan on re-interviewing Eldora Gatchel? How confident are you now that Bryan Drake was shot through a window at 7:26 p.m. while talking to his wife? And if you are still confident, Does this mean Eldora and Caleb were witnesses to this murder? Or were involved in this murder? Because they are still at his office or in the back of it after the pilot leaves, correct? Otherwise, they don't know the movements of the white truck, correct? How long do you think that would take? Leslie Lehman, sit on down. Did you obtain camera footage in connection with this case? Were you assigned to obtain camera footage in this case? By whom? Once you obtained the camera footage, what did you do with it? Who would you give them to? Did you make copies, working copies of the footage? Did you make a PowerPoint in connection with this case? How many hours would you say you reviewed camera footage for in this case? Did you take pictures with your personal cell phone while interviewing people when obtaining camera footage? Did you collect DVRs? Would your reports be the best evidence in this case? Did you wear body cameras when interviewing Isaac Funderburg? How about Leah Sandlin? Did you interview a woman by the name of Stephanie Butler? How many times? Did you record all those interviews? Did you wear any body cams or use any dash cam? Do you remember writing up reports in connection with this case? Do you remember interviewing a Stephanie Butler at Super One grocery store in Bonners Ferry on March 13th, 2020? Why did you interview her there? Did she work there? After or before that interview, did you obtain Super One cameras on March 13th, 2020? Why not? Weren't you assigned to obtain cameras around the area? Did you not think Super One cameras were important in this investigation? Why not? Didn't all witnesses that evening say they went to Super One, such as Isaac Funderburg and Eldora Gatchel? Did you interview Eldora Gatchel and her family? How many times? Did you record all of those interviews? Did you videotape them with a body cam? Did you speak to Bobby Goad at any point in time, Boundary County Sheriff's Deputy, and ask him what Eldora Gatchel had said in her first interview with the Sheriff's Office on 3/14/2020, 2 days before you interviewed Eldora? Well, Eldora made that known to you, right, in the interview, that she had been visited by Bobby Goad from the Boundary County Sheriff's Office. So you never inquired why Bobby Goad was sent to her house? Have you ever seen a report from Bobby Goad? Have you ever spoke to Bobby Goad in your life? Do you even know who Bobby the fuck Goad is? How many times did you interview Isaac Funderburg and Leah Sandlin? Were those all recorded? Now, on March 13, 2020, were you asked to go interview them with Rich Alderson? Isn't it true that Aaliyah Sandlin told you that the person who Aaliyah Sandlin identified that came after the gunshots was Stephen Hartman? What, if anything, did Aaliyah Sandlin say about how she gauged what time she and her fiance, Isaac Funderburg, encountered Stephen Hartman? Now, she made these statements to you on March 13th, 2020 at 12:30 to 2:30 in the afternoon, right? And she said 30 minutes after the gunshot. And then Rich Alderson says, the first one? Do you recall this? So there was multiple gunshots? Was it a fucking shootout back there? So Aaliyah Sandlin says that guy, Stephen Hartman, talked to her fiance 30 minutes after the gunshots, and he had nothing to do with this. That's because he came so much later, right? That's how we took it, yes. Okay, did you go and get the cameras from Columbia Bank, and did you see what time Stephen Hartman would have arrived to talk to Isaac Funderburg that evening? When they would have crossed paths? 7:29, 7:30. What's 30 fucking minutes before then? 7 o'clock. What time is Jennifer Drake saying her husband was shot? 7:26. Do you think that Aaliyah Sandlin would know the difference between a 4-minute differential to a 3-minute differential if Stephen Harmon just arrived 3 or 4 minutes after hearing the gunshots versus 30 or 40? It's a pretty big difference, right? So you would have known, because you were briefed in this case prior to going and interviewing them, right, that the wife said that he was shot on the phone with her, right? So you knew 7:26. Let's just even just like 7:30, right? Perfect. So when you would have interviewed Aaliyah Sandlin and Isaac Funderburg, there would have been an immediate fucking problem with the timeline, right? So much so that after Stephen Hartman was interviewed and he says the same fucking thing about running into Isaac Funderburg, right? On the side of the road, right? Carrying bags into the apartment, right? Mm-hmm. You were instructed to do what, Miss Lehman? After Stephen Hartman was interviewed at 4:30 on March 13th, you were instructed to call who? Isaac fucking Funderburg, weren't you? Supplemental Report 43, take a look at it. You make a phone call in a murder investigation and you don't record it when you were trying to call, because there is a, we need to call and see what time Isaac thinks that he ran into this guy. You call up Isaac. You don't record the conversation, but you memorialize it with this report, right? Perfect. And Isaac says what to you? Well, that's hearsay. What do you write down? That Isaac said 10 to 15 minutes after he talked, or before he talked to him, was when he heard the gunshots, right? That guy came by, it had 10 or 15 minutes after the gunshot, right? But he also says that he went to the store, and when he came back from the store is when he saw and talked to that man, right? Did they not kind of I don't know, did you ask yourself how the fuck how that's possible if Isaac Funderburg got in his vehicle and went to try to chase somebody down allegedly at 7:29 because he had just heard gunshots at 7:27? Were you kind of wondering to yourself, we have a fucking problem here? And did you ask yourself, now, how did Isaac fit in this little trip to the grocery store and back? But at the very least, Miss Lehman, let's go with Isaac saying 10 or 15 minutes before he talked to Stephen Hartman. Stephen Hartman's seen on the cameras at 7:29, right? What's 10 or 15 minutes before that? Off of your hearsay that you wrote down. 7:15, right? Is that correct? Is that right? Is 7:15 before or after the 7:17 p.m. phone call that Bryan Drake allegedly made to his wife? Well, that would be before. So they heard the gunshots before the 7:17 p.m. phone call, right? But now going off of Aaliyah Sandlin, it's more like before 7, right? You had all this information then, right? You were at Super One, right? On March 13th, and you didn't get the cameras? Why not? Is that right? Fuck you, Leslie. Worthless. Worthless. You know what a wet towel is, Leslie? It's worthless. Your detective skills, your comprehension skills, worthless. You can't connect A to B, let alone get all the way to motherfucking Z. Is that right? Who wouldn't go and get Super One cameras in this case when Isaac said that he just went there and Eldora Gatchel told you that she went there? Why wouldn't you get them? You would. And I believe that you motherfuckers did. Where are the cameras? Where's Super One cameras? My ass just fell off the earth. Now let me ask you guys, would you think that somebody that is helping their case with their attorneys and providing them with all of this information for them, is that going to be a hindrance? Is that going to be like, I'm telling you how to do your job? Or, I mean, what attorney would ever be able to file a fucking motion to withdraw and say the most ridiculous shit like this to these poor fucking people? To say the following: the client and attorney suffer from vast and substantive disagreements that are unable to be resolved, particularly with technical, legal, and tactical matters. Wait, are you kidding me? A, the client and attorney suffer from vast and substantive disagreements that are unable to be resolved, particularly with technical, legal, and tactical matters. B, the client insists upon taking action with which the lawyers has a fundamental disagreement. Well, no shit. You have a disagreement. But how do you have a leg to stand on if the clients are simply asking that this be used and that depositions be had and that their attorneys show up for the depositions of opposing counsel? The client fails substantially to fulfill an obligation to the lawyer regarding lawyer's services and has been given reasonable warning that the lawyer will withdraw unless the obligation is fulfilled. Wait, what obligation? They already gave you $200K. Cash Money Records taking over for the 9-9 in the 2000s. Girl, you're working with some ass, yeah. You guys, I have to laugh because I'll cry. The attorney is a criminal. It's no different than stealing from someone directly. You guys, how can you absolutely write? Okay. The client is asking for competent representation. We, as the lawyers, disagree. Exactly, Auntie Bev. You guys, wait, what did the client fail substantially to fulfill? An obligation to the lawyer regarding the lawyer's service and has been given reasonable warning. What warning? What do you want them to do? Oh, that's right. They want them to sign a fucking piece of paper that says you're going against counsel's advice. Wait, what advice? You don't have any advice. You don't have even a strategy. Wait, what is going on over here? I am so unreal. I would like to see how many of her cases have ended up in convictions versus an acquittal. I wonder how many of her clients were innocent but convicted because of it corrupt. Yeah, I want to know about these plea deals. You guys, the next one says D. The client and attorney are unable to have authentic and direct communication. Wait, what the fuck does that mean? The client and attorney are unable to have authentic and direct communication. Next, E. The attorney-client relationship is irretrievably broken. I can't read, so dark. And continues to decline daily. provided all this information is really just fucking, can you believe this? Wait, this is better. Other good cause for withdrawal exists. What good cause? You guys, do you understand? Because I got this confirmed the past couple of days because I had some questions about contracts. And when you have experts that you retain, the lawyer retains the experts, okay? And they actually have contracts that puts the lawyer on the hook for it, okay? We don't go hunting down clients. We work directly with the lawyers. It's because it's like the professional way to do it, all right? You are taught this in law school. You are taught this. You better do what they taught you. Yuri gifted 10 memberships. Woohoo! Okay, so let me explain to you how this works. Let's say that I say, I want a friggin', I want a ballistics expert, okay? My attorney, okay, let's go see what we can find. Okay, here, these are the options. What do you think? Okay. Okay, everybody we decide on this guy. Okay. At that point, the attorney reaches out and sends, an introduction letter. We're looking to retain you, blah, blah, blah. This is the case. Then they go ahead and fire back with, okay, here's my retainer. Here's my contract. That does not get sent to the client. That stays in the hands of the attorney, okay? The attorney signs that contract, and now those two are in a legal binding contract. So your experts, their clients are the lawyers. Their clients are never the lawyer's clients, okay? So this is how this works. Now, and everybody knows this in law. If you're a lawyer, you know this, all right? Well, I wasn't, and I'm not a lawyer, but I wanted to find out specifically how this stuff worked with experts and contracts. So what normally happens is, if you're a good lawyer, you're going to ask somebody, okay, your retainer is this amount, but can you give me a rough estimate on what you think this is going to ballpark? Because I'm going to explain, I want to get a little extra cushion of money so that in case this goes over, I can have it in a trust, in an escrow account that I can pull from, and not be wary of the fact that this expert is going to run up a bill, okay? Because I'm on the hook for it, the lawyer. And if I only get your retainer, which is $15,000, right? Let's say, or $20,000, and I have to make it perfectly clear, like, hey, I need you to get in touch with me when we're getting right down to you only having like, 1,000 or 2 left, okay? Because I need to approve for that retainer to be, re-upped. And so this is what a good lawyer does in order to talk to an expert and to make sure that if you want to protect yourself because you're responsible for that bill, okay? You can't go and be like, I'm the lawyer, then like giving a bill to like the lawyer or the clients, and because technically the relationship and that contract is between the lawyer and the expert, okay? So now, the Moores have experts in this case, right? Well, when do you think, what would be competent of when your new attorneys who came on in May would ever reach out to these already retained, paid for current experts? When do you think would be a good idea to reach out and maybe say, hello, I am the new representative for da-da-da. This is my information. If, I can get all the details. But when do you think would be a good idea to do that? May, June, July, August, September. How about October? How about motherfucking October? Okay? What do you think? October? The end of October? Let's go with the end of October. You guys think that's good? I think that's absolute fucking piggish. So we reach out, let's say end of October, me and my supposed lawyer here that we're co-counsel, and all right, let's go reach out to these experts and let's try to retain these experts. Well, we already know when we were reaching out to them, like, we know the way the world works with this because we're lawyers, that we have to get in a contract with these experts, right? Because we want to give them the court date to be testifying at trial. If there's going to be, a possible admissibility hearing to see if they're able to testify as an expert, things like that. Right? Okay. Well, the last thing that you would ever do as a lawyer, okay, is you would never, ever contact your client and say, here's the number, call the expert and handle the payment arrangements. That is not how this works. No competent attorney, December 4th or 10th, 6 weeks out of trial, would say, here's the number, go call them and figure out payment arrangements. Have these people absolutely lost their fucking minds? Dana Bowes reaches out to an expert in this case, October 24th, October 25th of 2024. Never a time before that. Then never gets back to the expert. And instead, I don't know, December 4th, has the other attorney do it. Meanwhile, the expert said, yeah, I'm not in a contract with you. I have to get into a contract with you. You know what I mean? Like Dana was probably expecting. And Dana was like, oh, I'm not doing that. I'm not putting myself on there and handling that and being responsible for that. Never gets back to this expert. So how the hell do you think that you are going to literally write all of this absolute asinine bullshit on a withdraw? And there's paper trails left and right of you're negligent as fuck. No duty of care. Ineffective. Every rule of professional codes, the ICRP, whatever the hell it is in Idaho rules of professional codes of conduct, whatever. Dana Bowes has no fucking clue or doesn't think that the rules apply to her. But again, wants to tell the Moors, hey, don't talk to me. I'm not first chair. I'm second chair, and I don't do filings. I can't do notices for depositions. I'm not doing the filing. See the first chairperson. Well, that's funny because the fucking withdraw motion that was filed by Dana motherfucking Bowes. Eat shit. You lying, manipulative, gaslighting, horrible human. In my opinion. I don't, you're going to have to talk to Matt. I don't do that. Get the fuck out of here. Goes and files the motion, though, to withdraw. The lies. And then the icing on the cake is that the night before the withdrawal happened, Dana Bowes' client, Misha, whatever last name she's going with right now, from TikTok that talked about the sex trafficking and all this shit and mentioned Brian Drake's name. Dana Bowes became her attorney at the end of October, right before she reached out to that expert witness. Right when everything got a little wonky. I think that you guys should just default. Well, let's just mitigate the damages. We don't want to see Dan go to prison. What? Why the fuck would Dan go to prison? Why would we default? What? Browns are going to win this game, said no one ever, but today they are. Thank you so much, Yuri. I hope everybody turned green. Malpractice insurance claim covers the default. The last thing you would ever want to do is be represented by counsel and go in and be doing any of that shit. Making it seem like that this is all, yep, we're in agreement. Yep, this is what our lawyers want us to do. Are you kidding me? I mean, you guys, this is like nothing that I have said is in the slightest an exaggeration. If anything, so Misha gets cut a deal and she basically walks out of jail. Okay. The next day, Dana Bose files for a withdrawal and writes this fucking crazy ass shit. And then has the fucking audacity to defame me. To motherfucking defame me to the Moors. Well, Lana's running around Boundary County. First of all, Lana's not running anywhere. Running around Boundary County, talking to people and telling people that I'm involved with some coup. I don't even know what that fucking coup. You can run back and listen to all my fucking lives. They have nothing to do with Dana fucking Bose. Okay? I had no idea that Dana Bose was even fucking Misha's attorney. Until somebody reached out to me and told me that Misha was probably gonna have to do everything through an appeal. I was like, appeal? What? You guys even have trial yet? Why the fuck are you talking about an appeal? I was like, who's your attorney? Who's this girl's attorney? What do you mean appeal? Yeah, I just raised all this money and private donors and blah, blah, blah. And what? Who's the attorney? Dana Bose. I said, wait, what? When did Dana Bose's attorney become Misha's attorney? I said, what the fuck? I didn't even know this shit. Because I didn't give a fuck about it. I care that Misha would not be in prison because she doesn't deserve to be in prison. But no, sorry, I don't keep tabs on Dana fucking Bose's fucking calendar. So come to find out, I was defamed. I said, you got to be fucking kidding me. I didn't run around saying Dana was involved with some conspiracy. Get the fuck up out of here. I said one time that, whoa, is that a conflict of interest that she'd be representing Misha, who's made it publicly known in some TikTok that she mentioned the Brian Drake case and the police? That seems like it could be a conflict of interest. That might be a case that you might not want to take because of what Misha had said in a recording that went out on a viral TikTok. That was my fucking statement, and I stand by it. And now, whoo, daddy, do I ever stand by it. Because now it's just simply this is just a fact. The fact is that Misha was staring down the pipe of possibly 10 years in jail, prison, whatever. Okay? And that the Boundary County district attorney was threatened, according to her, that Misha threatened her life. Now you tell me what Boundary County DA is going to say, you know what? I'm cool with all this stuff happening where Misha doesn't have to do any time served, Everything's going to go away. She just has to sign on the dotted line that she was disorderly conduct. What? A DA whose life was threatened is going to be okay with making a plea deal that Misha only does time served and gets a misdemeanor for disturbing the peace? And this was signed and orchestrated December 9th, December 10th. And then poof. So that night it happens. And then poof, the next day at 2:19 p.m., Dana Bose files a withdrawal from the Moore case and puts her co-counsel on it and cites everything that I just read to you. And then proceeds at 2:36 p.m., because I'm so good with dates and timestamps. And then at 2:36 p.m. on same day, December 12th, for the first time ever, based off of a comment that I made about, well, there better not be any, weird shit going around, sacrificing one case for another case. Okay, that type of shit. We all know what that is. It's when you tank a case and in turn the person cuts you here, but on this case, I'll make you look really good. But you're gonna do me a solid, right? So for as fucked up as that area is, right? And the pushback that the Moores were facing with, hey, why aren't we deposing people? Hey, why didn't we subpoena this? We've been asking. When is this happening? Wait, why didn't you go to mixed deposition? What's going on here? And that was November 21st. What the hell is going on here? I have the right to exercise my fucking opinion about that. I thought it would be a conflict of interest to even remotely entertain taking on Misha's case based on the case that you had and the agreements that were made with the case that I knew about and the statements that I knew that Misha made about Brian Drake's case about the police being involved. And so right after the deal was done, how bad does it look on paper then that Dana files for the withdrawal? And then, as at 2:19 p.m. on December 12th, then at 2:39 p.m., same day, December 12th, a phone call was had. And all that a concerned citizen had a question which was, wait a second, tell me that this Misha case didn't have anything to do with the Moore case because it wasn't a trade-off, right? Somebody asking Dana a question, how does that come the fuck back on me? The reason I knew about the withdrawal letter before it happened at 2:19 is because there was a letter written at 9 o'clock in the morning. And I don't need 50 fucking years to put two and two together. And I'm never going to apologize for that. Literally, Misha's out, signed deal with time served and disorderly conduct when she was facing up to 10 years And then the next day, the Moores lose their fucking representation. And leading up to those two things happening, the Moores defense team has refused to do anything that would be considered effective assistance of counsel. And in fact, when you look at the information, it would look like it was trying to be buried, trying to get people to default so that this stuff never sees the light of day. Because if this stuff comes out in a courtroom, ISP is on fire. And so how hard is it to fucking call around in Idaho and get someone to take this fucking case? What the hell is wrong with you people? Dana Bose defamed me to Dan and Karen Moore on a recorded fucking line. Thank you so fucking much. Dana Bose told the Moores a lie and said that I am having the Boundary County Watchman run around town in Boundary County doing my FOIA requests or some shit like that. Because she knows this as a fact, because the Boundary County watch person, whoever the fuck, sent her our phone conversations and our text messages or something like that. Well, that's funny. Because that never fucking happened. Ever. And so this shit, you want to say my motherfucking name? No. You keep my name out the fucking your mouth. That's number one. You do your goddamn job. The day I would get paid $200,000 and think that I could do what the fuck you did. This is the same person that lied to the Moores, who told me on a fucking phone call, this Dana broad tells me on a phone call, hey, the Moores offered Jennifer Drake $4 million to settle. I said, excuse me, what? I said, I highly doubt that. No, they told us to offer Jennifer Drake, so we did. Wait, what? Wait, what are you talking about? When did this occur? Just a couple days ago. But Jennifer, they turned it down. What? Wait, excuse me. Wait, what are you talking about? There's no way. There is absolute, I don't believe this. Literally. I said to myself, I couldn't sleep. I was like, what the hell? Wait, what? Why would the Moores? Wait, what? And then why wouldn't Jennifer take the damn deal? Like, give me my $4 million. I'm like, this has got to be a mistake. There's just no way. I'm like, I lost sleep over this. And so I had to, barely slept. This was back in June of 2024. And I was like, there's just no way. I'm going to call them. I just don't believe this. Like, I literally couldn't get past, like, I couldn't move on to my next thing that I need to do. I'm like, this is just no way. So I said, fuck it, I'm calling them. And I just need to know, did you guys offer Jennifer Drake, like, I'm an investigative journalist. Did you guys offer Jennifer Drake $4 million to settle this case? I think about Dr. Moore probably had a heart attack and drove off the side of the road and had to pull over on some highway out there and said, excuse me, hold on a second. And I'm like, wait, can you start again? I had a conversation with your attorney, and your attorney told me, Dana Bose, she told me that you guys offered and told them to put in a settlement to Jennifer Drake for $4 million and that Jennifer Drake turned this down. I think about his wife lost her lid and was like, $4 million? And I was like, she's like, $400,000? I was like, she's like, $400 million? I was like, $4 million. I don't even care. Did you guys did you guys offer a settlement to Jennifer Drake? Absolutely not. We have no idea what you are talking about. Excuse me? You never told your attorney to put in an offer, a settlement offer for $4 million. Never. No. Where are you getting this from? I said, your attorney just told me this. I just got off the phone with her yesterday. I'm okay, there has to be some miscommunication here. Something is off. Okay? In this phone conversation that I had prior to calling the Moores and telling them and asking them about this because I wanted to report on it. I said, in my conversation with Dana, it concluded. And so I hung up, and then I had to text her the number that she was requesting, which was the cell phone number of Scott Roeder, to call him, an expert. To this day, she's never called him. But she then texts me back and says, because I said I had to give, there was something else. And then she's like, will you just come work for me? Will you just come work for me? Literally in a text message, will I just come work for her? That's how high regard. I mean, I just wouldn't be offering people to come work for me, for me. But that's what she wrote me. And then literally that was, I don't know, June 24th, June 28th is when I was just like, that was in the same conversation that was just via text. And I was just like, something doesn't seem right. I cannot sleep. I need to contact the Moores, man. This is ridiculous. And they said, no, this didn't happen. And I said, well, I have no idea. And then I got defamed again. And then I got defamed again. And how I got defamed again was I was just given an email yesterday. An email. And in this email, because Karen Moore was like, I need to know what the heck is, contacted Dana about this. And then the email that I just got 2 days ago was, and then so I saw this email and I read it and I was like, what the heck is this? When is this from? Oh, wait, June 28th. And I said, I'm going to read it. I'm going to read it because I can't even fucking believe it. I said to myself, once I read it, I said, this is absolutely ridiculous. I said, what is this shit? Where is it? Karen, please don't rely on Lana's representation on anything myself or Matt said or didn't say. This is why it's quite dangerous and potentially damaging to have a third party such as Lana involved in the case. It may be best to use Lana solely as a data resource for now. You fucking think I misconstrued the fact that you, Dana Bose, told me that the Moores asked you to put in a settlement request for $4 million? I didn't misconstrue a goddamn thing. And in fact, I'm so good at what I do, Miss Bose, that I emailed you after our phone conversation into a follow-up. And I said, and I wrote everything that we had talked about, because that's what a good person does, to make sure that this is what we just had talked about, and never once did you write an email saying anything different. In fact, your advice was that it was a dick move to offer Jennifer that type of money and just not to ever pay her that. That's solid fucking ethical advice, isn't it, Dana? You are seriously, sorely mistaken on who the fuck I am and what type of integrity I have. Literally writing me a text message, offering me a job to come and work for you, and then writing the Moores an email saying, what was this crazy shit? Karen, please don't rely on Lana's representation on anything myself or Matt said or didn't say. Now, let's see that email that I wrote you, memorializing our conversation on the phone, as I do with everything that matters. Document, document, document. One that ever will go through a divorce knows that. Don't mess with a divorcee, motherfucky. You like that little cha-ching? Like, who do you think you are? You're not going to lie on me. You've lost your mind. I'm going to the press. Wait, I forgot I am the fucking press. Damn. Then Dana has the nerve, because I don't know any of this. I didn't know that. Dana has the nerve then to write that to them and then fucking emails me and texts me asking if I can provide them an Excel spreadsheet. The fuck out of here. July, I can't remember. I have to check and see what date it was that she wrote it to me. Okay. Here we go. I'd be sending the Moores a screenshot of the text job offer and a copy of the email you sent her. Oh. Oh, don't worry. How resourceful of you to be exactly what you need. Oh, what was it sent here? I can't even remember what. I think that was one before that. Okay, yeah, here we go. Okay. Dana writes me on June 20th. Have time to meet tomorrow or Monday. What time zone are you in? I believe my communication started with them. This drone issue will be resolved as soon as an NFL game is affected. Oh, God. I'm not stupid. I'm far from stupid. Okay, out of the blue, I get this email. I get this email. I mean, I feel like I have so much shit. I didn't even realize how much shit I gave them. Good old Dana Bana. Dana tells me to go get an attorney. I don't even know what she's talking about. Jeez, I don't even. You guys, I'm looking back at this stuff, but I want to see where the. Okay. Look at the phone number. So this is an email that I sent. You know, like I sent anybody. Dude, you guys know how many times I've sent to try to help Leslie Lehman out? Okay. I would send anybody stuff. Jennifer, you on my stuff? My stuff isn't like it. Facts are the facts. I said on June 24th, I said, look at the phone number they have for Jennifer Drake. Jennifer Drake's number is a 512 number. Well. I did my research and found that Amber Van Link's cell phone number is listed as Jennifer Drake's landline number in the police office, in the police dispatch report. I said Jennifer Drake didn't even have a landline number in 2020, and even if she did, it wasn't Amber Van Link's cell phone number. So how did this happen? How did that number get in the CAD report and official incident report? I did a FOIA on Amber's cell number. It didn't call Kootenai County that day either. I got every single 911 call that was made that day on 3/12/2020 into Kootenai Dispatch. Everyone is accounted for with CAD notes, except for Jennifer Drake's 911 call. And the dispatch manager, or whatever she calls herself, said, it's because there is no such record of that call ever existing in our records. She said it didn't happen. In fact, FOIA says that no one by Amber Van Ling or Jennifer Drake or any of the phone numbers called 911 on that day ever. I have a CD that you need to listen to. It will blow your mind from the combo that Tiffany from Bonner County has with that dipshit from Kootenai County Dispatch allegedly after Jennifer Drake's alleged 911 call, and to see how Tiffany reacts to what she's being told, that the call was transferred, and she doesn't believe them. She said, no, and basically went on a little investigating of her own spree. And it's all on a disc that I was able to get by myself from a FOIA request before they realized how valuable the info that I got was and who I was that gave the request. Once they found out who I was, then they started trying to make it more difficult for me to get things. I said, sorry for the novel, but thought you should have that information. I don't really think it was a novel either. Dana says, yes, I would like to listen to it. We probably need to subpoena the gal you spoke to. You think? You fucking think? She told the Moores that they had put in the notice to depose her. Check the docket, y'all. This was in June. Bitch hasn't put in any fucking notices to depose a single fucking person, okay? Next up. This is all just lies. Gaslighting, you fucking bitches. Gaslighting. No one can gaslight me. Like I said, I'm always ahead of the game. I figured that something would happen, and so I prepared myself the way that I felt was necessary. May 29th, I was contacted first. I'm always contacted first. Dana to Lana. Hi, Lana. I look forward to connecting with you. Feel free to send us all you got. I am still playing catch up, so please don't take offense if it takes me a while to respond. May 29th, 2024. I respond June 8th. Because I'm just too cool. Hey, Dana. Hey, Dana. Oh, shit. I said, I found all of Jennifer Drake's Airbnb reviews online. I suggest that you save all of those immediately. Every person that has stayed through a reservation with Airbnb has wrote a review except for one stay. I would go and compare that to the subpoena that was put in Deuce Tecum style and produced results when Jill was their attorney. You will notice something very significant. I've known from past when you look at the PayPal, when you get a subpoena back from PayPal, they do a bunch of different sheets because they'll show you the names associated with these general payments. It's just there's a bunch of different ways you can do stuff. So I said it might be of importance to take a look at Bryan Drake's Pay Anywhere Now swipe terminal that he used to take credit cards for his, appointments. I said, you set that up with your phone or Kindle. It's like a square. It's like, for your credit cards for business. Well, after Jennifer Drake met with the detectives on 316 and 317, she was given Bryan's wallet and the black folder that held $600 in cash. Jennifer's bank records, if you were to look at them, I bet you would be able to see and break down what dates the CCC deposit would go in and how many hours would need to pass to see then how much total money was brought in on March 12th, 2020, the day of the murder. To see if it, in fact, I would just straight subpoena Pay Anywhere Now and to see what cards were rung through the terminal on March 12th, 2020. Because I found something interesting. It's interesting to me that there would be a deposit on 3/15/2020 for a deposit of only $150. That was after Bryan Drake was dead by 3 days. Well, the 13th, 14th, and then the 15th it hits. Well, I'm going to tell you something about the 15th. The 13th is a Thursday. Friday is the 13th, okay? And then you have the 14th is a Saturday, and then Sunday the 15th. I thought it was very interesting that any deposits would ever go through on a Sunday. So I was like, you need to look into this because when I had my bar, based on the way that deposits would happen, they go on business days. They don't go on non-business days, okay? Very interesting. But more importantly, does that mean that $150 would have went with the $600 in cash? Or was that a total separate, somebody rang through a credit card after the fact? I said, Bryan had the Pay Anywhere Now app set up to deposit the funds. If it was the next day, you got to call Pay Anywhere Now and ask them because they take a certain percentage out. You could even do it on basic, simple math. Look and see what his percentage was coming out of his swipes. Then call Pay Anywhere Now and ask them what the different percentages are to take the Pay Anywhere Now money. Like, you get more taken out if you want your money sooner, okay? So here I'm just giving Dana my business background on how to fucking do shit. I said, for example, if Bryan had the Pay Anywhere Now set up to deposit the funds the next day, so long as they were swiped by 10 p.m. the day before, this would mean that after Bryan Drake was murdered, Jennifer Drake used it, or somebody used it, to swipe a card for $150 or multiple cards at 50-50-50. I said, and I think it's important to see whose card it was, as this seems to me to be a weird action by a widow immediately after receiving her husband's office contents. So to run her husband's Pay Anywhere Now card reader with a patient's card, I mean, I think this might be Eldora's, and if so, that means that Jennifer and Eldora got together after the murder and before both of them were interviewed by Idaho State Police detectives. Eldora and her brother, last two people to see Bryan Drake alive. Remember, Eldora and Eldora's brother was never written in the schedule log by Bryan that day, nor did Bryan make a new patient intake form for Eldora's brother, yet Eldora says Bryan treated her brother. There has never been a subpoena for Pay Anywhere Now, and I believe this was something that was intended to be done right before the switching of counsel. Also, I went through a ton of material and noticed and came across what seems like a Wells Fargo account for Drake's. Yet, you might want to check on if any of those statements anywhere in the discovery of this case mentions a Wells Fargo account. And how I was able to find that is based on push notifications. Wells Fargo said that your account, you just asked for a PIN, a new PIN. It was a push notification. It went through then on the extraction reports of the cell phones. I'm available this coming week in the afternoons if you shall need or have any questions. Hi, Lana, from Dana, June 10th. Hi, Lana. Thank you for reaching out. Your keen eye is quite valuable. Well, we intend to Okay. Did anything that I say in what I just read you, did I mention the words money laundering? Did I say anything about fucking money laundering? Hi, Lana. Thank you for reaching out. Thank you for reaching outing. I don't even know. Your keen eye is quite valuable. Well, we intend to do whatever. We won't be able to bring in anything into trial regarding potential money laundering. What the fuck? I didn't say a goddamn thing about motherfucking money laundering. How do you get that from what I gave you? I'm like, what? Money laundering? What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck? I'm like, wait, what? Money laundering? I'm like, well, I just can't even. What? I was like, maybe I need to reread my lovely descriptive email. Maybe my email's wrong. I do agree determining whose card it is may be helpful. However, I believe we may need to narrow in scope our focus on all these data points. I agree with your points on the brother. Very odd. Remember, we can't throw every little odd detail out at trial. What does this have to do with trial? This has nothing. This isn't doing about trial. What are you talking about? This is you pull back the layers and you see what's there. You're not showing this at trial. I mean, I can't even believe. I like the idea of meeting. Meeting together and deciding which data points we should be focusing on. Then together we bolster those thoughts. Sounds great. I said, I agree completely. Let me give you a time frame or two and you can pick the best ones. Cool? Dana says, you are so awesome. I will call Matt and get some good time options. Okay, that was June 10th. June 13th. Hey, Dana, checking in. Let me know when you can schedule a call. And was wondering what the master deadline list looked like with final dates as the last one before the stay of the withdrawal. So I'm curious and trying to get an update on the updated, like you write emails to any lawyers out there, like I've done to Jose Baez this past week, to get Shanna Gardner's updated list of what days you have like deadlines, like when your expert witnesses is due, when you have motions to suppress due, the case management order, okay? Pretty obvious that peeps don't understand what pretrial activity is, right? Hello. We are waiting for the judge to assign a new trial date. Once we get that, we can work backwards for deadlines. One thing that may help speed things along, how did they get Dan's name? Right now, I am still going through the video and transcript of the first suspects. March 24th, 2020, Dan was first interviewed because of a neighborhood canvas type thing, or so they say. But when Van Leuven did the second interview in May, he said that they heard Dan's story about the gas leak and thought it was interesting. And Van Leuven made it seem as if he was looking into the possibility of someone, quote unquote, taking out chiropractors due to his gas leak story and Bryan's murder. Now, the real question is how did Van Leuven know about the gas leak? A natural gas leak. He tries to say it's from Dan's first interview, but I don't think it is. And he slips in the second recorded interview. Anyways, I think Dan's name comes from Dave Winey, the fire chief, and Detective McClellan. Woo! Lana's right, bitches! Mm-hmm. Detective McClellan, you fat fuck. Due to other clues like Chief Winey's interview never being recorded, just like Moore's first one was never recorded. P.S. Jennifer Drake was the one that put it in the ISP detective's ears that she suspected Scott Crawford, a local chiropractor, and so did people from the church, a past employee of Bryan Drake. Please look at March 16th, 17th, and 24th interviews. P.S. I would highly recommend talking to the author who wrote up about Bryan Drake being a holistic doctor that died in Bonners Ferry, because that was shared in Jennifer Drake's Facebook group, which the police used as a crutch as to why they wanted to investigate local chiropractors or talk to them. Yet I find it hilarious that Dr. Moore was the only chiropractor that they interviewed in Bonners Ferry. Meanwhile, there was like 5 or 6 others. I said, Dana, I believe that this was planned from jump to be a double payday for Jennifer Drake and the Klan. 1 million life insurance policy and then a wrongful death civil suit. $1 million isn't that much when you have to pass it around. I said, I made a timeline that shows how they got to Moore, but rather it goes how they didn't get to Moore. I eliminated everyone based on interviews to double check my work. The SOI that they kept confidential for a long period of time is a church-related person, Celinda Holderman. Her interviews are priceless, pure popcorn. These are my fucking Lana, you crack me up. Dana, you have no idea how pumped I am to talk to someone that actually wants to know the truth. Because the truth is on Dr. Moore's side, and the truth is backed with actual evidence, unlike the state's case. Here's a highlight to look forward to. I said, look at Jennifer Drake's witness list. It tells you who their players are. Like, why is Dave Winey, the fire chief, on their fucking list? Dave Winey is willing to lie for them about that fucking gas leak, as he quote-unquote responded to the gas leak. But yet none of that shit's recorded, so they can act like he really knows what's up, even though Brian Scrimshire from Avista says otherwise, and will actually be a witness that helps your case. Because I've already spoke to the Avista people, and they've never even been contacted to say that they were going to be witnesses in this case. But yeah, how they are saying they got to Moore is because of this gas leak story. And then they spun the story to say it was a suicide attempt. Just as wild as anyone could come with a story like that. Again, this goes completely against what their own expert said about a natural gas leak, and that people don't do this. Their expert being the Brian Scrimshire guy. That dude from Avista, who again, I believe is going to be a huge asset to Dr. Moore. Hey, Dana. Curious if Jill ever got the body cameras I gave them a tip about that were available and missing from Moore's criminal discovery. Ken Lalith is his name, and he's a detective with the Coeur d'Alene Police Department. He had a body cam on that day when he went to Jennifer Drake's house around noonish on 3/13. He wrote up a report and had dash and body cam. He turned both over to Marty Ryan and Detective Van Leuven. And then after listening to Jen's deposition, she says that 2 detectives visited her actually at 1 a.m. or something like that. So I believe that those 2 officers can be found in Detective Van Leuven's first supplemental report that he wrote up. I attempted to try to get the body cams from Kootenai County. They refused to give them to me, as they said that they are no longer in possession. Like Coeur d'Alene is no longer in possession due to being turned over to the Idaho State Police. I then went to the Idaho State Police and did a FOIA request as well. I have never heard back from them. I can promise you that these are not in the criminal discovery that was given over to Jennifer Drake. Those would be the first 2 actual interviews with Jennifer Drake. Those are needed. You need to get those immediately. Also, no one has ever subpoenaed Isaac Funderburg's phone records or his girlfriend's. I think it would be in your best interest to do that as soon as possible. If you listen to the 911 call that Isaac makes, it's all off from a first responder's point of view. She doesn't get his location, his name, his number. It's a very strange call. She says, it's totally possible. I haven't viewed everything she sent. You free to chat later today? This was June 24th. When she then decides to tell me on June 24th, because I said, yes, I'm available. What time? And that's when she proceeds to tell me on June 24th that the Moores offered Jennifer Drake $4 million to settle. And I said, what are you talking about? This is absurd. There's no way. What do you mean? Yes, the Moores told us to put it in. We put in the offer. You put in an offer to settle the case for $4 million? Like the Moores are going to pay $4 million or the Moores are going to get $4 million? No, the Moores are going to pay, she says. I was like, wait, what? I said, I'm ridiculously confused at the moment. What? Why? Why the fuck what are you guys talking about? Like, what? And then I couldn't sleep. So I said, man, fuck all this shit. I contacted the Moores and I said, I need to know, can you please call me? Did you guys offer Jennifer Drake $4 million? And I think I'm quite certain. I think Dr. Moore almost hit a fucking, I don't even know, ran off the side of the road. He had to pull over the side of the road. He said, hang on. And it sounded like, I don't even know, it was loud. And I had that conversation and I said, this is what Dana told me. And he's like, what? Karen's like losing it. And I'm like, I have no idea, except I know what I heard. And I asked it 5 times every which way. What do you mean the Moores offered $4 million to Jennifer Drake and wanted you to put in a settlement? Yeah, but don't worry. Jennifer turned it down. That's what? Why would Jennifer turn that down? Dude, that's just, I was like, no way. I don't believe any of this. Or like, there has to be some mistake. So I tell the Moores this, and then, and I firmly believe that Dana Bose was trying to tell me this because she wanted to create a rift or have me go some other type of way, okay? Because all she was determined to ask me in that conversation, now that I think back about it, is she's like, why are you so determined that Jennifer Drake is involved in this? I said, you must not know the case yet. Read up some more, okay? The 7:44 p.m. phone call and the 7:17 p.m. phone call, period. Then, now you have to remember, okay, so I don't know, on June June 25th, I said, I spoke to somebody really important last night, and I have a witness who wanted to reach out because it was right when I was putting out stuff about, and really focusing on Eldora and this crap. And this person said that because there was people that were coming and going from Jennifer Drake's house, okay, after the murder, like bringing food over, hanging out, stuff like that, okay? So think about, like, March 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, okay? I had a person reach out to me who will always remain anonymous. There's been like multiple people from that camp. When I say that camp, they've seen stuff and they can't get past it. Okay. And so they felt it was very important to reach out to me and say that this Eldora Gatchel woman came over to Jennifer Drake's house on the Sunday after the murder, which would have been before Monday, March 16th. The reason that that's important is because Eldora's first interview with Idaho State Police is March 16th. This witness came forward to say Eldora Gatchel was over Jennifer Drake's house on the 15th. Jennifer Drake never tells the police that Eldora and Caleb just came over unannounced to the house and were playing the ukulele again, and provided the video to the entire family of his final moments. This witness said And this witness proved exactly who they were. And it is as solid gold as you can fucking get. Instead, Jennifer waits. So this is what I'm telling. Instead, Jennifer waits until March 24, 2020 to actually lie to the police and basically call up the police, set up a meeting with them to fish out info about Eldora and her brother. See the attached transcripts. Please read the beginning of this. Also, please ask yourself, after you read this, why Eldora was never interviewed again? Why the brother was never interviewed again? Especially when Van Leuven has the shooter identified dead in the water by Isaac Funderburg. This would all be on the same day, or rather just 2 days before, when Dan Moore on March 24th is talked to. And this now infamous story of suicide attempt with a gas leak begins. I said it was all to take them away from this. You asked me what led them to Dr. Moore. The truth led them to this. Covering up the truth led them to Dr. Moore. Now, go check out the date of the lineup that was done with Isaac Funderburg on March 24th. The same day that Jennifer Drake calls and wants to fish out info and then sends Van Leuven down some other rabbit holes to get them away from Eldora and her brother with the names that she starts talking about in this interview. Please see attached. Count the number of interviews that were done on March 24th. Every single one of them were recorded except for Dr. Moore's. The statements that were made of Dr. Moore's, I believe, were recorded and buried. Because of whatever he said there was like, oh shit, that'll help him out down the road when we're trying to gas him out on his memory. P.S. Jennifer Drake, if she knows Eldora so well, would know that Eldora has a beautiful daughter who lives in CDA. She won beauty competition. And those people only win those competitions that are Freemasons. When Van Leuven asks Drake if Eldora has any children, Jennifer Drake lies and says, not that I'm aware of. Not only does she have a beautiful daughter, she also has a son and grandkids. Get the fuck out of here. She can't have the possible motive reveal itself. Why lie about Eldora having a child or two? Because she's beautiful and Bryan's type? Look at Jennifer Drake's one-word answers when Van Leuven gives her the eyewitness lowdown. She has nothing to say. Instead, she wants to take him elsewhere and start talking about some guy with some kiddie porn who just stopped over her house. I believe that Eldora Gatchel and Jennifer Drake did this together, and that they had help on the inside, possibly a cop, and that help on the inside redacted. Let me see. When did I write this to Dana? June 25th. June 25th. Ready? I'm a queen of the timelines. Ready? I believe that Eldora and Jennifer Drake did this together and that they had help on the inside. Possibly a cop. And that the help on the inside got people to mess with the timeline and tank possibly Isaac Funderburg's lineup on March 24th. And the inside help was either Marty Ryan, Bobby Goad, Brandon Johnson, or Detective McClellan. You can throw in Caleb Watts too. Fuck, maybe all of them. Dana, this case was legit solved. And then Detective Van Leuven didn't do his job. Read this interview and ask yourself a couple questions, which are, why was Eldora Gatchel and her brother never interviewed or talked to again in a formal interview? And why weren't they interviewed separately? And where is any of these other interviews if they do exist? They aren't in discovery. This is police 101 with follow-up with these people. Then you mix that with why Isaac Funderburg never spoke to again either. Even after he was I'm sorry. Then you mix that with why wasn't Isaac Funderburg ever spoken to again in an interview setting after he is caught dead in the water lying to Leslie Lehman about a whole bunch of shit. Or it's just that his brain isn't functioning right. And why is Jennifer Drake not being truthful about Eldora visiting her house days after the murder? Why would she wait until March 26, 2020, the same day, or March 24th, whatever the day was, the same day that a lineup is set to be held with Caleb's picture in the eyewitnesses' hands of Isaac Funderburg? I since came to realize, because I did more digging, Isaac Funderburg wasn't mistaken about anything. They were fucking with his times. I personally interviewed Isaac Funderburg, and it is glorious. Isaac Funderburg told me that he went on foot first to look for the guy. Then he took his vehicle. Very, very important. And that the police wanted to know why he waited so long to call in. Anyways, I said Jennifer Drake is doing a classic fishing expedition with saying she wants to talk to Mike Van Leuven and provided him with info. No, she wanted to see what Mike Van Leuven would give her. And he gave Jennifer Drake everything. Mike Van Leuven is inept as fuck. Mike Leuven cannot be this inept. Or if he is, then everyone he has put behind bars should be appealing because it's bad. Because all it would have taken is a simple background search of Eldora to know that she has a daughter, and not just any daughter, but a beautiful daughter. Late 20s when Bryan Drake was murdered, and a beautiful niece that's late 30s when Bryan Drake was murdered. You got me thinking yesterday when you told me Jennifer Drake, turned down the money and that you don't think it's money related for Drake. I would agree with you that now it's not about the money. But before I ever stepped foot into this case, it was. And exposed this case. Jennifer Drake turning down that money tells me that she needs this to go to trial because this no longer is about money. This is about other people, to include Jennifer Drake, not going to fucking prison. Which scares me because that means we are looking at a fixed jury, Dana. Dana, I couldn't sleep at all last night after our conversation because it truly made no sense that Jennifer Drake would turn down $4 million. That's like Whoopi in the movie Ghost. Oda Mae Brown, a.k.a. Rita Miller, you know, girl. Molly, you in danger. Isaac Funderburg, his ex-fiance, and Eldora Gatchel are a must for depositions because they will and should be actual witnesses for Dr. Moore to blow up the state's timeline. And you want to shake Eldora's cage. I texted her and called her back about a year ago. She screenshotted my text message and then accidentally sent me the screenshot, which tells me she was supposed to send that to someone else. That someone else, in my opinion, was Jennifer motherfucking Drake or their inside contact with the Popo. If I was you, I would get Eldora Gatchel's phone records and see who the fuck she sent that to. Have a great day. And I said, oh, and Scott Roeder is awaiting your call. That's how I memorialized what the fuck Dana said to me on June 24th, 2024. Only to then be completely motherfucking defamed by this horse-mouth motherfucking girl. Fuck you, Dana. You are a liar. And if the Moors don't sue your ass, I am. I gave you the nuts on this case. The fucking nuts. Back in goddamn June. Everything with this case. And you knew I had it. And you tried to ruin a potential relationship between me and the fucking Moors. You're the cuckoo one. And every fucking case that you've worked on needs to be examined. Because this is the most unethical shit I've ever fucking seen in my life. Then, that was in June. Then June 28th, Dana Bose texts me and tells me that you are totally wait, what did she say? Stupid ass. Call you out. I'll lay all your cards on the table. Stay the fuck away from me. This is disgusting. And it's all gonna come down. It's all coming down. Because I'm gonna take it down. I'm taking it down. Dana's 30, went to the University of Idaho. She's never done a civil case in her life. Okay, 6. Okay. Closing this out. June 24th, I sent her Scott Rutter's number. Hearts. You're right about dispatchers. I think we should oppose them. I just emailed co-counsel to set up the notice of intent. They never put anybody through a deposition. I said, I think you guys would be best in a war room. I said, it's so hard to go over stuff over the phone, and when you're not looking at materials. I said, I believe I am literally Dr. Moore's lifeline right now. I'm probably their last pumping vessel. She says, I'm glad they have you. What? I said, I'll throw you my 70-page report. It goes person by person. I'll send it to you. She says, just move here and work for me. Just move here and work for me. I sent her the reenactment that Scott Roeder and I did with the shooting. With all of it was all documented with all the materials that we bought. It was all laid out. I said, on Friday, June 28th, I said, Dana, maybe I'm super confused, but I actually don't think that I am, as we had a 58-minute phone conversation. But didn't you tell me that the Moores offered Jennifer Drake $4 million settlement and Jennifer Drake turned it down, and that's why you don't believe this is about money? Dana, you clearly misunderstood. Going forward, I think our relationship is best as a data gathering relationship going forward rather than a fundamental collaboration. I said, what am I misunderstood about? You told me you offered Jennifer Drake $4 million to settle and she turned it down. And you told me that you don't think she is about money. You don't think this is about money for Jennifer Drake because she turned down the $4 million offer from the Moores to settle this case. And you asked me how sure I am about Jennifer Drake's involvement in her husband's murder. And I told you I wasn't budging on that because of the evidence and because of Jennifer Drake's words and actions, especially her words on the 911 call. On that phone call, you attempted to tell me that Jennifer Drake wasn't money motivated and that was from her denying the $4 million settlement offer, which clearly was an attempt by you to walk me back from all of my research and investigating in this case, which is easily at 40 hours per week for the past year, which points to Jennifer Drake's involvement with the help of inept police and or corrupt police and Eldora fucking Gatchel. Even after we talked, I emailed you memorializing our conversation, bits and pieces, And that mainly was because I was so blown away by the news that I had received from you about the Moores offering $4 million to settle Jennifer Drake's case, which Jennifer Drake turned down. It made it so that I couldn't sleep because it was so far out of left field, as it went against everything I know of what the Moores have been trying to accomplish in this case, as well as what Jennifer Drake is trying to accomplish. During our convo this past Monday evening, I told you that Bryan wasn't shot through his office window, and that can probably be easily proven scientifically by one of the best experts in the world, Scott Roeder. We already did the test, and I gave you his personal cell phone number to call him, and I personally told him you would do that after we talked. Not sure if you have or not. Not sure how I misinterpreted anything, but I was reaching out for an explanation as to where I misunderstood our conversation, and I have yet to see where you have corrected anything about the email that I wrote you last Monday, and my response to texts to you today about the possible miscommunication. Instead, I get the response that you sent me, which I have no idea what that means. Fundamentally, collaborative efforts no longer be a thing, but I can help with data. Again, I don't follow. Please advise at your earliest convenience. I'm here to help the Moores. I'm here for transparency on both ends, giving it and receiving it. Your clients are factually innocent, and this wrongful death suit is a mini criminal trial since there never was one. Never heard from the bitch again. Until she emailed me 3 weeks later to ask me for a fucking spreadsheet of the whole entire case laid out for her. Fuck you. Pay me. It's going to be about 50 G's. 50 G's. It's probably worth $1 million, though. I'm reading off supplemental report numbers to go get it, timestamps, dates. I can tell you anything you want to know about this case. The way that I work this case is how any effective counsel would work this case. Anything less would be uncivilized. I do believe, how much is your freedom worth, you guys? How much is your freedom worth? I believe that every single penny that was given to Dana and Matt, $200,000, I believe that I should get that money. I think that Dana and Matt should just write that money over to me. But ask yourself how much your freedom is worth. Because their answer for the Moores was to default and take responsibility. Responsibility for what, Dana? What's your recommendation, Dana? Dan Moore has an alibi witness. You have to go through that alibi witness who is beyond credible. He is the damn coroner, for heaven's sakes. He took a polygraph and passed the fucker. And you know what? The motion in lemony that Jennifer Drake is trying to keep out the polygraph, guess what? You don't even need that shit. You know what? You know why? Because you have Mike Van Leuven in an interview with Mick Millett saying repeatedly over and over and over in that interview how that Mick Millett passed the polygraph. Use that. Tell these fuckers to shove their stupid motion lemony up their fucking asses. Because we're just going to use Van Leuven's own statements in an interview where he's repeatedly telling Mick, yep, you passed your polygraph. Ask Van Leuven, were you lying on the stand? Or were you lying to him in that interview? No, he passed it. Thank you. That's all you need to do. Let Peter Erblin run around in circles over the admissibility of that, what do you call it? Polygraph. But I'm going to tell you what, Peter, you clearly didn't do your homework on the motion lemony when it came to Dr. Leo, and you picked the wrong case to use because you didn't do your homework on the case that you cited. Because I have a funny little story to tell you about that, Peter. Ready? And then I'm done. Here you go, Peter. So Peter put a motion lemony in. You can go check it out. It's public. It's out there. You can go get your own fucking shit. But Jennifer Drake's attorney is trying to keep out a false confession expert, okay? Somebody who has testified in 420 cases. Does Lana know about the Ohio triple homicide? I do know. Okay. So Dr. Leo has testified in 420 cases, you guys. In Jennifer Drake's motion, okay, for the motion lemony, I went ahead and double check their work, and Peter characterizes Dr. Leo as a lawyer. Dr. Leo has never practiced law, you guys. He's not a lawyer. He's never even taken the bar exam. He is a scientist, a social scientist, an academic social psychologist, and an academic criminologist, to be very, very specific. He happened to get his JD while he was getting his PhD, okay? And he teaches at a law school. Peter Erwin says that Dr. Leo is a lawyer in his motion, and that Dr. Leo is lawyering Dr. Moore's case. Dr. Leo is a scientist who has expert opinions based on science and they're scientific opinions. They are not legal opinions. Then I wanted to research this case that they had cited. And Peter Erwin cites, you guys are going to die, and I'm just going to leave us with the best laugh. So Peter Erwin cites this case, and it is interesting because that case is Jerome Kowalski, and it's from a 2010 Michigan case. And you guys, the judge did exclude Dr. Leo from that case, right? But, there's a huge but. But many years later, it was found out that the judge was having an affair with the interrogating detective who took Mr. Kozlowski's confession. This came out during the judge's divorce proceeding. She was subsequently disbarred, charged with perjury, convicted, and served time. If you do a simple Google search, Peter, Jerome Kozlowski, just Google search it, you will see news stories about this. So when the judge's corruption was uncovered, Mr. Kozlowski's conviction was overturned. And at his retrial, an interrogation/confession expert was allowed to testify. Sorry. Just letting you know, she's cussing people out. Yeah, I'm done. Fuck everybody. You guys, how crazy is that? Peter Erblin, who represents the University of Idaho, president, big wig, Peter baby, whoever is his research team over there, they dropped the ball on that one. Dude, come on. The case that he decides to cite is the case that Dr. Leo was not allowed to testify in, and it was excluded, because so here he goes, you have like this admissibility hearing, so to see if they're, an expert. So the judge decided that they were going to exclude Dr. Leo from being able to testify as an expert witness in this false confession crap. Peter Erwin cites this in his motion in limine to exclude Dr. Leo. But Peter must have not have read on to see what happened in that case. Peter, baby, come on. Peter, many years later, it was found out that that judge was having an affair with the interrogating detective, the one who Dr. Leo said was corrupt as fuck, right? That you implored these horrible tactics to extract this false confession. That interrogating detective was having an affair. The judge was having an affair with that interrogating detective. So we're not going to let this false confession expert on the stand to fucking just totally berate the person that I'm fucking banging, all right? This came out during the judge's divorce proceeding. So they had to wait until this divorce proceeding came out, where then all that dirty laundry comes out. This judge was subsequently disbarred, charged with perjury, convicted and served time. If you Google Jerome Kozlowski, you will see news stories about this. When the judge's corruption was uncovered, Mr. Kozlowski's conviction was overturned. At his retrial, an interrogation confession expert was allowed to testify. Take them titties. All right, you guys. If that ain't the tea, I don't know what is. This shit, wild. Peace out.